I want to know who motherfucking representing it here tonight. Hold on. How can I explain myself? Hey!
Louisiana shit. Murder on the beat.
We're gonna be on here just for a few minutes. Hey! Hey! Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. Hey!
Everybody get your motherfucking roll on. I know shorty and she doesn't want no slow song. Had a man last year, life goes on. Haven't let the thing loose, girl, in so long. You been inside, know you like to lay low. I've been peeping what you bringing to the table. Working hard, girl, everything paid for. First, last phone bill, car, no cable. With your phone out, gotta hit them angles. With your phone out, snapping like you fable.
Come on, y'all.
And you showing off.
Drop it. Cardio time.
And you showing off.
Drop it. Drop it. Come on. Hey.
That's a real one in your reflection. Without a follow, without a mention. You really piping up on these niggas. You gotta be nice for what to these niggas? I understand. You got 100 bands. You got a baby bands. You got some bad friends. High school pics. You was even bad then. You ain't stressing off no lover in the past tense. You already had them. Work at 8 a.m. Finish round 5. Post all down. You don't see them outside. Yeah, they don't really be the same offline. You know dog days. You know hard times, doing overtime for the last month. Saturday, call the girls, get them gassed up. Gotta hit the club, gotta make that ass jump. Gotta hit the club like you hit the motherfucking angles. With your phone out, snapping like you Fable. And you showing off, but it's alright. And you showing off, but it's alright. It's a short life.
Jesus, your boy.
Watch the breakdown.
That's a real one in your reflection. Without a follow, without a mention. You really piping up on these niggas. You gotta be nice for what to these niggas? I understand.
Hey,
You gotta hit the club like you hit them angles. It's a short life.
Okay. Baby, that is the song, y'all. Oh, y'all, you know I'm still steaming from last night, this morning, whenever. And I reckon I'm gonna have to get it all out. I want it out before the holidays, definitely out before 2025. What's happening? Hey, Smarter. Oh, I can't play that, Boo Daddy. I can't play that because that's what took my video down last time. Did I just call you Boo Daddy? That's what took the video down last time. Yeah, Jay-Z is serious about that thing. Took me offline. What up, Smarter? Ladies and gentlemen, I present Smarter. Yeah, so if you are, I mean, really, it doesn't matter what color you are. Music is a universal language, right? In my opinion. And the writers of these songs, the singers, they communicate through music. We communicate through music. We communicate through all forms of literary presentation, but music is one that is already constructed for us, so it's easy to use, right? I'm doing good, smarter. Yeah, so, and sometimes I call it message music. But yeah, I had to play nice for what? Just thinking about that goddamn new Black Baby. Oh, mm-mm. Maybe I woke up with a unit on my face. Like, are you serious? I ain't got no beef with them. I don't dislike them because of what have you. I just, think certain things need to be corrected, baby. This a little off the record stuff. But yeah, I hope y'all having a good day. I really do. Oh yeah, I have to get organized, but I don't want to get it out and off. I don't like no bad juju coming at me. So I've never been a hateful person, and I don't reckon I have to be dealing with no. Right, smarter. Music create a vibration in your brain. You're absolutely right. So I'm just that hate. I can't do it. I'm gonna let I'm gonna let y'all do the hate. I ain't gonna be able to keep. I ain't gonna be able to carry it. That's not what I do. Intel who? There we go. That's not what I do. Intel who? Your mama ain't about that hate. 'Cause I don't. I'm like I hope the hate I done developed for these people ain't coming back and getting the people that I truly love and that love me that been in my life. That just could be the way I'm thinking with the passing of my more than a friend. That's family for real though. And some of the other people that was just checked out this year, right? I was in the last year, I can say it like that. I don't know if I got time for this. So I mean, they ain't worth it. If it got so bad that I hate your ass, I mean, you ain't even worth, the hate that, what I'm saying, that could be boomeranging and coming back to, to claim those that I love to death. Mm-mm. I'm good on that. I'm good on that. But, but that being said, I might have gotten rid of the hate. I ain't got rid of the I cuss your ass out. And that's and I ain't finna I'm not cussing nobody out right now. I'm cussing at the situation. So I'm cussing out the situation. How about that? And it is hard. It's very hard. And this is why I don't like dealing with, people that I don't have nothing in common with or don't have any similarities to, right? You have to deal with them. That's just what it is. That's just, you know, how the universe is set up. But when it comes to your understanding of each other, It just don't. And then if you got people who their understanding is a challenge. You know, it makes it even worse. You have some people that y'all have differences. Y'all don't have anything in common. You can talk to one another. They can understand you. You can understand them. How you check for understanding? I'm a teacher. This is what I do. Is you ask them, okay, repeat back to me what you heard, and then you see at a later time if they are repeating back what they heard you say, or they're still going forward with what they think. Now, if they're still going forward with what they think, that could mean several things. But the first thing you got to one, do they understand what you said or what you're doing, or whatever the topic was? Do they understand? That means you got to ask additional questions to test for understanding and comprehension. You know, so all of that is challenging, right? And I really don't have time for that. I like everybody to be, at a certain age. We should certain capabilities we should have. If not, then the people are going to consider you delayed. They're going to consider you special. That's just what it is. I didn't write those rules. Okay, that has something to do with society, psychology, and education. That's what all has something to do with. They come up with that metric, not me. And it is what it is. Oh, wait a minute, I got my baby Chris. What in the... Yeah. So, what is my baby Chris on here? Don't play with me, Chris. I mean, he revealed something shocking about his love life. What? Okay. So the interview I saw on Kai Sinat's um thing this morning. Look at the Breakfast. Is that the Breakfast Club that I picked it up? I don't know. But he revealed that he's romantically involved with a whole bunch of women. And hey, shout out to them if they can be in those situations, right? There are women that will allow you to be in a setup like that. Okay. I don't think I've ever wanted to be romantically involved with two people at the same time. You may date around, okay? You may date around that's involving more than one person. But when you're talking about romantically linked, that means that, most likely you having sex. To me. But you know what? But I wonder if anybody would allow me to be like involved with two people. I mean, I having sex with neither one of them. We just involved. Now, I might entertain that. I wonder if somebody let me get away with it. I don't know nobody that would allow me to get away with that. But if you will, let me know. You know, that's what I'm gonna put on my real social media. If anybody that's willing to allow me to be romantically involved with you and romantically involved with you, then hey, let me know. Because we have some men out here that seem to think that, and women, that women can't do what men do. Shoot, I be darned if that's true. I see a lot of hoes making it happen. They making it happen, honey. Mm-mm. So, but yeah, it's like a lot of times you have people, I'm saying New Black, who, because of the women and the people he's around, I done called him on this several times. The people you are around, because they're saying this, saying that, whatever. If you hear me say something similar or whatever, then automatic you think I'm the same way in the same boat. Uh-uh. You know that ghetto shit. That's a trigger. That's a trigger. That's not something I get called. I've only heard it once or twice out here. Like what? Mm-mm. You know, he has lumped me in with the people he's around or he knows of, or and because they cuss out men and I cuss out men or people or whatever, and we might use the same phrase, PAN, then that's going to make me ghetto. And see, this is what happens when you don't think beyond the surface level. You don't think to on the next level. You don't think up to on level 2 and above. We all may use a certain terminology, a certain phrase. There are trendy phrases out here that both white and black people use. That a lot of people use stand on business, all that type of stuff. Say less, all of that. But it doesn't lump us in one group and merge us together and say, okay, you're that way. Now I'll explain this, and I haven't said this part, but I done said different things to New Black, and he still comes back with the same conclusion. I don't know how that works. But just because somebody in your life and I use the same words don't make us ghetto. Ghetto one is a mindset. Again, and that mindset, the actions is demonstrated through behaviors. But it first starts in your mind, right? It starts in your mind for you to put pliers, and I'm going back in the day, put pliers on the channels and turn them. See, I don't even know no recent ghetto shit. I just know when I see it, I'm like, okay, that's ghetto. Like them cover wigs and all of that, color hair and all of that. Yeah. And to be honest, that don't even really make you ghetto, right? Because I look deeper than that, right? I know it's got to be some other stuff that's behind that. But that's a good indication, when you see them color hairs and them face piercings and tattoos, and there's a whole bunch of shit going on. Yeah, a little bit of clothing and them pants down on your ass and all of that. Yeah, yeah. And then you start listening and like, oh, bango, got one from the ghetto. You know, I don't have none of that in my life. And for the fact I don't even have no ghetto friends. Hold on, let me take that back. A couple of them gang related friends, they're ghetto. Yeah, so I'll say that. But I don't identify with a lot of their behaviors and a lot of their speech. I don't identify with that. But if ever we're out somewhere or whatever, if it gets if we get loud, you can tell the ones that's loud and ghetto versus the ones that are loud. It's a difference. And it goes case by case. I don't have no immediate examples, but it's case by case. And if we somewhere, I say, okay, that's ghetto, that's ghetto, that's not whatever, right? You know, oh my God, a person with that bad thinking process, oh, that annoys the hell out of me. And that's how I knew I could never teach K through 12. I could never. And I have family members and stuff like that flourish. You know, and teaching up. I can't. I have to teach college or vocational. Mm-mm, mm-mm. But yeah, and it's like, and some people be so enthralled and caught up in all it is by the people that they surround. They think everybody like that. They don't think nobody can be a lawyer, doctor, or nothing. They don't know nobody like that. A teacher, not anything. So you can't be. And God forbid if you be yourself and you cuss, fight, and shoot, then you definitely can't. Yeah, that's dumb. And here's the thing: it's only a testimony to the level of your understanding and education. It's because you don't know nobody like that. You don't have no family members or friends like that, whatever. That don't mean nobody else can. I was surprised to hear Pam Esquire said, a couple times, like, people be like, she ain't no lawyer, she don't act and get her. Saying stuff like that. I definitely know they said about Attorney Bumpers. But you have some white attorneys that cut the food too. Worse. You had a whole black judge, female judge, drunk, cut the food with the cops, get arrested. I mean, she one of Chicago judges. Hold on, let me make sure. I don't want to say nothing wrong.
Watch the breakdown. You said you down for me.
That is so crazy to me. Like,
Police released body cam video showing the DUI arrest of a Cook County elected official who crashed her car on the north side earlier this month.
WGN's Judy Wang has that story.
Body cam video shows the November 10th encounter between police and Cook County Board of Review Commissioner Samantha Steele.
Okay, she white. Well, I mean, anyway, she, you know, whoever this person was that got arrested. I mean, people think that just because you have a particular profession or what have you, you don't get into stuff. You don't have like what? And it's because they don't. You guys don't have a hold that designation, so you don't understand that both can be true. You can be a judge and also have a drinking problem. Hey Mo, you can be a judge and also have a drinking problem. It's like, where am I? And again, as with all things, it starts in your head. So again, if I were ghetto or any of that type of shit, I would have immediately identify with most of you. I wouldn't be so in shock. When you hear me talk to people, what have you, you would say, "Oh, that's a ghetto person on that line." Even Dana had said, early on, he talking about, "Oh, I think the guy she deal with is white." No. Oh, and it is horrific the way them people passed y'all in school. It is horrific. Something needs to be done. Y'all need a class action lawsuit. And here's the thing, right? And when I was talking about people, not knowing when words are already plural, I wasn't talking about Debo, although I know he says protesters. I also, if y'all listen, I also said the same person said polices and fishes and all of that. I never heard Debo say polices and fishes and all of that. And again, if I don't have no problem with somebody, I'm not going to be talking about them. So there are, he's like, I ain't never heard nobody say, as if he never heard no one from Chicago with that bad speech. Are you crazy? They are saying look at it and all kinds of extra shit. Oh Lord, Mo, get yourself together. Mo, Lord, Mo. Speaking of school, you need to stop going to bed with pre-K. Stop getting your little snack, little warm milk, and laying it down. That's a shame. Girl. Like, where is the enforcement? It's like so many people, like, who was allowed to drop out in the sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth grade? Like, who was allowed to do that? Like, what are we doing? And then what happens is they force that on the world. Now we got to deal with it. Now we got to sit up there and go through the whole exercise of understanding and comprehension, doing those exercises and making sure you understood what we just went over, what we just said. When you get it wrong, I correct you. I don't need you to leave it corrected. I don't need you to come back later on with the same wrong shit. That's annoying to me. That is another pet peeve. I got 1,000 of them. Because I assume that when you say, okay, I understand, and then because I am a teacher, I know to make you repeat it back to me to see if you understand. I'll do one better. I go ahead and jump to the next step because I asked you to explain it more. So make sure you got a very good understanding just in case something else comes up and it doesn't have you revert back to the number one. Because then I'm going to rely on you knowing when to judge things when it's situational or as a collective, right? And I'm probably going too far into the weeds. So I rely on your understanding. Shit, that get on my damn nerves. And then people get upset when I say, "What did I tell you?" Because I don't believe in wasting words and breath. I get right. I don't have no build up to being, asking you, what did you understand when we spoke about it, John Boy? Like, no. Hold on. Yes, sir.
How you doing, Miss Walker?
I'm fine. What's happening?
Yeah, Diddy about to get up out of there.
You think he gonna get out of there?
I can almost on the 90%. Yeah, you know,
Hey,
for the,
Kim.
for the
Mm.
judge to bring up Abercrombie and to say, go get the pretrial services. That's pretty much on your way out the door.
That's possible, and it's also could be possible that he is asking all of those questions to make sure that if this comes about on an appeal, that the review board will say, hey, he asked all the questions and all that. It's something similar to as to why you would ask for a special verdict form, because it allows the jury to give not only to give like we found them guilty, but why do you find what guilt did you find, and you get to explain that. What that allows the appeal boards to, if the conviction comes
Yeah,
up.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand all that. But in my
Okay, I finish
experience,
what I'm saying.
okay.
Okay, you gonna let me finish? Did you get to check the title?
Yeah.
It said venting.
It says what?
It said something about venting, i.e., me going off.
Yeah, but it also
So
says
that
something about
means don't interrupt me when I'm speaking.
okay, go for it.
Okay. So then the appellate board can then, when they make their decision, they'll have a more informed decision, and it causes less interpretation of what the jury understood at that moment. Go ahead, sir.
You
And I was
know,
also going to say, wait a minute, I was also going to say about you that you understand the law well enough to where you know how to do what attorneys do, and that is to manipulate the language of the law so it can benefit your position. But that goes along with something else I was talking about you about.
yeah, I'm
Go ahead.
very good at understanding that technique.
Yeah,
I'm very good at that.
yeah.
And people
So
fail to realize that, but I am very good at that.
what'd you say about realizing?
I said people fail to realize that about me,
Yeah,
but I'm very good at taking the interpretation for the defense of whatever the argument is,
right. and,
whatever
and
the
what
statute is stating.
Right, and what people don't understand is first you got to first understand that to do that you got to understand the law how it's written, and then you got to go ahead and find out how to manipulate it and let it best support your argument, and that's what lawyers do all the time. And so that is it takes a deeper understanding than
Paralegals
some
too.
people, huh?
Paralegals do too.
Well, yeah, everybody in the legal field, but you don't have any you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking for a layperson.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. The way I'm about to take the interpretation of my own situation will play out in the future. But when I hear a judge, federal judge that I done been in front of, and I almost had one take me into custody based off of recordings and things of that nature that he had received and whatever.
Hmm.
And he did not take me in. And me understanding that they don't ask questions, they don't set things over for uh, a later decision with mentioning uh, what's the difference between this case and that case. We're not even asked. In my opinion, I would say that he's leaning more towards giving this man a bond than not. $50 million could help them rebuild a facility. It could also give unemployed U.S. Marshals a job as far as security through the law firms, security firms that supposed to be watching him. Uh, I done said this before, but I say it again. If I was Diddy, my defense would be that I could not maintain an erection, and I allowed my girlfriend to do her, and she did look up these workers that she slept with. His attorney has been on the news and said that he has interviewed these workers that she slept with, and everything was consensual. By him being an older man and her being a younger woman, he had just lost his children's mom. He can say that I couldn't satisfy her and I allowed her to do her with the workers that she admits to looking up and finding and soliciting for her own sexual gratification. Now, as far as the assault video, the only excuse you can give for that assault video is that even though I allowed her to do her with others because I could not sexually please her, we still had an agreement that, for instance, you wouldn't let someone have an orgasm in your mouth, or, every time you participate with workers that you picked, you would have protective sexual encounters. And when I found out she wasn't, or she found out I wasn't, led to the argument that transpired in the hallway. So, you know, when the government is saying that Cassie Ventura was not an R&B singer, she was actually a prostitute that moonlighted as a R&B singer, I beg to differ on that argument. When you hear these freak offs, I think the freak offs only took place between Cassie and Diddy. I don't think it involved celebrities. I think that was just something that sounded salacious enough for the media to run it, and everybody else ran it too. But I think that when this man is going up for a bond, if you're going to supersede an indictment, it would have already been done if you had the evidence that you brought this indictment with. And I want to remind people that just because you're indicted does not mean you're guilty. If that was the case, nobody would ever win.
Well, I disagree with you on 2 points. Um, Again, I mean, I'm 50-50 with the bond, because he could, after hearing the additional arguments, he could very well say, okay, I'll agree to grant the bail and let him out. He has a real good chance of that, because one, the judge, if he was um hard, or he was gonna say like a hard no, he would have had his mind made up Friday,
Let me
right?
ask you this. Let me ask you this though, Ms. Walker. Are
Hmm.
you familiar with NBA YoungBoy?
Yes, sir.
That little dude a terrorist. He got a bond, while out on bond, committed another crime. He committed two crimes out on bond and still got a bond. So, he had his own security uh, as part of his bond package. And, if you can give a guy like that a bond, to me, he can intimidate witnesses, etc. I think he already done got a body before. But and in fact, I actually believe that, you know, not to get off the topic, but I actually believe that NBA YoungBoy did a M for hire on King Von. I think that he, you gave Rondo $1 million after that whole situation, and Quando Rondo ain't $1 million investment for a record label. So, you know, if this guy was able to get a bond, Abrium Fitch is able to get a bond. If you're not a danger to the community, you should be able to get a bond. And P. Diddy in the community of New York, I doubt that he could be a danger to those people out there. They are some, very thorough individuals, very hardcore individuals. He's not a threat to the community.
But they can argue that. Well, first of all, NBA young boy, I know he has a federal case that's pending.
He just took 27 months. He
I
beat
thought
one case.
I thought that was a state case. Which one? Because they had him in on camera in that state case that where he was pleading. Um, he
He
was
pled guilty to uh, while on federal bond for the gun case because he got caught with a gun on the passenger seat. But he beat that case. And he took 27 months because while he was on bond, he ordered prescription drugs for himself. And the charge that he now faced has not been settled, but it only carries up to 27 months.
right. But but see, but that's NBA young boy. That's he's not charged with sex trafficking and all that extra. Not that I know
True,
of.
true. But as far as when it comes to the conditions of bond, is he a flight risk? You know, Mayweather gave him $100 million. So is he a flight risk? Is he a danger to the community? These are the issues that comes up for, bond. And Puffy is not a flight risk. He came to New York to turn himself in to be closer to his trial. And he is not a danger to the community at all. Nobody is going to
But
let.
that they can make him, he could be seen as a danger uh, to the community due to the fact that he would have the opportunity, the means, and the motive. You
See,
know,
when
he,
they said that R. Kelly was a danger to the community, it was only because of children. Children can't speak. Children, teenagers, uh, can't make a complaint without an adult. That's a serious benchmark to reach. Puffy is not being charged with minors. So anybody that's part of his case, if intimidated, if reached out to, could contact the proper authorities and nip that in the bud right away. So the assessment level when mentioning R. Kelly, because the state did mention that, the government did mention that, it's a big difference. And when they keep mentioning that it's a grand jury conveyed and they're going over this and going over that and going over this and going over that, it didn't take them no time to supersede R. Kelly indictment. They superseded it 3, 4, 5, 6 times.
but here's the thing, right? I believe that it's probably going to, if he did his indictment, is going to be superseded because when I was reading the updates, they kept referring to a victim three. There's not a victim three on the original indictment.
But that's
Right.
always remember when you hear victim 3, victim 2, those could be uncharged acts.
Um, they ain't to that point yet. Hold on, they're not. They're not to that point. Well, they could be uncharged acts, but they're also, hold on, they also reference witnesses as well.
Yeah, and
So
in most cases, it was in my case individual one and witnesses. So it's always going to be in witnesses. It's always going to be that, but you would never know who those witnesses are if the government indicts you. Maybe if the state indict you, you will. But if the government indicts you, and they have your discovery, which is 30, which AKA 3500 material, if they have that under protective order, then you won't know until 2 weeks before your trial, maybe a month before your trial, but at the minimum 2 weeks before your trial. So it's no way that he's a threat to the witnesses or anybody else, because that information I doubt has been tendered to his lawyers or him.
hold on, when I was saying when they used the word witnesses, they could have also used the word witnesses for somebody that's going to testify. That is an uncharged act. The actual word should be victim witness, but that would indicate that it would be um, someone that's being charged. But they did make a distinction between victim one and victim three, which leads me to believe that there's going to be some additional victims
But
that's
his
going to be
lawyer said,
charged. Hold on. And another thing, when it comes to bail, bail isn't a right. It's not a right. So there are certain codes.
bail is a right. Bail is a right.
Bail ain't a right. You don't, in every case, they don't have the right to give you a bail.
They don't have to give you a bail, but you got the right to uh, try for one before they tell you you can't.
That's not what I'm talking about. I mean, it's like it's automatically given, as you have the right to a bail for every charge.
You have the
That's
right to a bail hearing, not to actually get granted it.
right. So what I'm saying is there are certain charges. in the law that a judge can opt to not give you a bail or a bond.
True.
One, any charges dealing with sex abuse, sex trafficking, and things of that nature. Anything dealing with obstruction. Okay, that's why the prosecutors kept on with the kept framing their argument around he is obstructing justice by doing this, and he, they got the information from when they raided the cell.
Now,
All
one of those people that you're naming that they mention is a witness, or I think a victim, two or three, one or the other. His lawyer said during the transcript, I don't know if you read it, but his lawyer said during that bail hearing that the same person that the government is alleging to be witness three or victim three has contacted them for a lawyer. And
I,
they were saying,
I think I saw that.
yeah,
You
and they
talking
were
about
saying
that
that
was
they
on,
never
talking about
been,
on Twitter? Talking about the update, the transcript on the Twitter thing?
yeah, and they said they never been asked by someone that's supposed to be with the government uh, for
For a
help
lawyer.
with legal help. So
Right,
whoever they got is a shaky uh,
right.
individual, because that person is asking his legal team for representation from anybody, basically. Which,
Which
I,
is weird.
now when you go to that dude Courtney Burgess or whatever his name is,
Oh Lord, yeah.
it's a crime to possess images of a child being taken advantage of in any way, shape, or form. Any way, shape, or form. Your computer should be taken. Any electronic devices should be taken. Any emails to other people, their electronic devices could be taken. So for him to make a bold accusation that he possessed something that is the ultimate criminal possession, this is worse than possessing drugs. This is worse than possessing an illegal firearm. You're possessing images of a child being taken advantage of. How? And you're not in jail. How? And you're not in prison. How are you making rounds on news networks with this propaganda and no charges? Now, I did see Jericho, I think his name is, the lawyer. His
Yeah.
daughter is representing Diddy. And he says that it's hogwash and that the government is desperate, and that's why they brought him in to see if his story was true.
Right. That's why they brought him in. And that man is, to me, in my opinion, that man is lying. And one thing about it is, if you come across child pornography, you have like so many hours to turn it over to the cops. Okay. And I'm glad you brought that up because I didn't think about that. Why didn't he go directly to the cops first instead of trying to reach out to an
Not
attorney?
only that, but how did he email somebody the book of Kim Porter and all of this other stuff with a computer that already has images of a child being taken advantage of? That means if you email somebody from this computer, contact somebody from this computer, their computer would be taken as well.
Yeah.
So how did he contact somebody with this book? He got a hard drive. Some came from a hard drive. He got 36 pages, 52 pages. He sent it to the white dude who made the book on Amazon. And the feds ain't went in the white dude house. See, they came in my house and seized all my electronic for a 5-minute screen recorded video, looking for the full video. If it was, the equivalence of images of a child being taken advantage of, but they were saying it was prosecutors being threatened. And if I would have been in communication with people with that information or information pertaining to something similar to that, they would have went in those people's houses and seek their electronic devices as well. So for him to be passing hard drives, passing emails, making deals with people that's dropping books on Amazon indirectly, and for them to still have their electronic devices shows that his story may not have no merit to it because automatically the department in sex trafficking of minors and things of that nature will get involved in everybody that they even suspect of knowledge or participation or email or communication with the source of the electronic device that hold those images will have their house raided, and we haven't seen that. So I can almost tell you 1000% that his story is not true, because if it was, even when the dude with Subway got arrested, it was other people who houses they went in and took stuff as far as electronic devices to see if they had knew anything involving that guy, and that's what they do anytime. The worstest thing to possess, I own, I have, when it comes to committing any crimes, is images of a child being taken advantage of because they will go in anybody's house that you have talked to.
Yeah, that they for sure normally they will confiscate both parties' computer, but they would definitely bring the other party in for for questioning. But let me ask you this, because I don't know this part. If I'm not mistaken, didn't Courtney Burgess say that he did not have anything to do with the white guy at first, and then now since it's coming out, he changed his story? Didn't he say that?
I don't recall him ever saying he didn't
Make sure
have
he
anything. No, he said that what the white guy put out was the truth. And he said that he did not know exactly how he got the information, but he said he had got the information from a guy, and that the guy was not a white guy. He said he did
But
not
wait a
know
minute,
Puffy. He
but
said
have
he
you
had
been
never met
watching?
Puffy.
But have you been watching the interviews on Sean Atwood's um channel?
No, ma'am.
Okay, see, so you missing the whole thing, and you missing the new face of the R. Kelly movement, Mr. Ronnie Bo.
You know what's
Oh, do
the
you want
crazy?
that book? Do you want that book? Because he sent it to me. Do you
What,
want?
if you want to send it to me, send it to me.
I sent it.
What's the crazy thing is, I reached out to Ronnie Bo, quiet as kept. I kept it to myself when I was drawing up draft of my lawsuit. I wanted to talk with him and get his insight on it. He know I want to talk to him. So this ain't no make believe story. And is he calling me back to help me with the lawsuit? I'm getting arrested for the case that I have pending.
Huh?
Yeah, when he was calling me back, I was just about to, I just got off the phone talking with someone that know him. They told me they about to call me back with him. They calling me back with him, and I'm getting cuffed up. The phone on the hood of the car is I'm getting cuffed up. I never got a chance to talk to him.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Otherwise, I would have had his insight on what I tried to do and the mistakes. The most prudent mistake that I made was not respecting qualified immunity. And, if I took the same exact lawsuit, pointed out civil rights errors, and eliminated those people who has qualified immunity and turn them into witnesses of the acts that I'm stating in civil rights violations, it would have went through. But that was a process that not only did I learn that, but I also learned the rights that I have as a pro se individual, because the judge in New York that denied my lawsuit gave me 2 pages of free game. She She didn't just deny how it looked like how people think. Oh, she just denied you, fuck you, ha ha ha. She denied my motion, but she showed me how you can fix it and how even though I lack is a pro se individual, I still have rights that should apply to me differently than a person that I'm past the bar. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
She didn't have to put those case laws in there, that information in there. And I say that to say, you know, with the things that's ahead of me now, a lot of people are going to be shocked when they find out the corruption that goes on in Illinois and in counties in Illinois. And when they find out, you know, the rights that you have when you're in certain situations as far as due process. And when those rights are violated, it is always a translator, an interpreter, a typewriter. And nowadays in these courtrooms, they even have audio to interactions. And when these things hit the surface, because they're going to hit the surface, and the truth comes out, something I've been saying from the start, you will understand why not only I said what I said, but why I am the way I am. When it comes to the judicial process, I believe that everybody deserves the presumption of innocence and everybody deserves a fair trial. And some people is more concerned with not liking me than what I can tell you I've been through that was unjust and can solidify it with no convictions on unjust accusations. Way before the situation that played out on YouTube. I never sent no one to prison. You wouldn't be in prison for shooting at my house and it say on your prison docket possession of a firearm. It would say discharge of a firearm, etc. You got caught with a firearm, and that's why that man is in jail. He's not in jail because of me. I
I
never
don't know who you're talking about. Who was in jail because of a firearm?
the man that you know came to my house and shot at my children. His charge is possession of a firearm by a felon. He has no charge of discharging that firearm against anyone because he got caught with a firearm by a felon is the reason he's in jail. Not for shooting at me because I didn't know him to identify him. And when my lawyer put in paperwork, Mr. Gunn identify him. Mr. Gunn, being myself, handed over my camera footage from that day. If I did not hand the camera footage over, the camera footage would have still got confiscated by the police. So it was either handed over without them coming in my house or say I ain't gonna give it to them and they come in my house and get it. But
What's the? I mean, why you can't say who shot at your house? Didn't T.I. get on the stand?
if I knew who had shot at my house, Miss Walker, I'm not ever going to put the streets before my kids. I did not know that man. I had never seen him a day in my life, so I could not identify him. All I could do was give the police the cameras from my house because they clearly saw the cameras on my house. They asked for the footage. They told me if I don't hand it over, they're going to come back with a search warrant to get it. So I just handed it over to them. That was it.
Cause you know what, like, and that really don't go against the general snitching rules. Now, yeah, you got hardcore people that just don't deal with the police. That's something totally different. But if somebody putting where you live at, where you work at, and your kids in danger, then something what you do when you report a crime, you can pick up the phone and call the cops. You're not at that time thinking about no snitching rules and
I
all this
never,
other
I
stuff.
never, I never got, I never got a chance to call the cops because after, getting shot at myself before my kids got shot at, people always tell this story, but they leave out that it was a shooting before the shooting at my kids. And when the man shot at me 3 times directly at me, you know, to be dropping and rolling and protecting myself, when he left, he was unhappy with that exchange and came back an hour later and shot at my kids.
And sometimes we call the cops and take it to the streets.
When I
Okay.
got off, when I got off the
Hey,
ground, Miss Walker,
I don't know what you're talking about, really. Go ahead.
when I got off the ground, my neighbor across the street was taking groceries out of his trunk. He looked at me. He had a phone to his ear. He said, "I'm on the phone with the police. Do you want to talk to them?" I responded to him, "Let me go in my house and make sure everybody's all right." Nobody was at my house but one person. My kids was at soccer practice. When the police came, I told them, he shot dead at me. I don't see how he could have missed. He shot right at me. I don't know how he could have missed. Yeah, I was moving. I was moving like a locomotive. But I'm 40-some years old. I was moving as fast as I could. I don't know how he did not hit me. I don't know. Maybe God was with me. I swear it might sound like I'm lying, but I saw the bullets in the air. I saw them in the air. I saw them coming at me and everything. I saw them. And when he left and came, when the police came, I told them, he shot at me. I think it was a fake gun. I'm all right. It's no big deal. The other cop, one cop is talking to me on my driveway. The other cop is walking in the street and he's shining a light in the street, his flashlight. He found a shell casing in the street. They declare it as a crime scene. When they declare it as a crime scene, they tell me, you got these video cameras. We need the video, blah, 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 blah. Now, if you are me, I'm going to give you the footage before I let you come in my house and take some shit. I don't even want to go through that. That is what I gave them. When he came back again, he stood on the side in front of other people's house, like 3 other people's houses. He shot in the air. He shot one round at my son's mom. Took one of my children's out of his car seat into the house. As she went back for my other son, this dude began shooting. One bullet struck the driver car door. My son was in the back seat of that car. My son's mom ran. I was on the shitter. It does not matter how fast I wanted to get up or whatever. I was unexpected with my pants down. By the time I made it to the door, all I seen was everybody on the side that live on the side of my house pointing their finger at the car as it was leaving, and they called the police. I did not know the guy, had never seen the guy before that day.
Hey y'all, I'm just coming by to see if y'all all right.
I'm sorry.
They checked the shell casings, and those shell casings matched it, which you saw that paperwork, 404B evidence. Those shell cases matched it another shooting, and that shooting was at his own kids. And when he got caught with that gun, his baby mama didn't identify him, and I couldn't identify him, and that is why he was only charged with possession of the weapon and not with attempted murder or discharging that weapon or anything of that nature, because I didn't identify him and his baby mama didn't go all the way with it. So All they had was the possession of the firearm, and that was it. For people that want to tell their story, make their own spin off on it, I was there. I went through it. I could tell my own story. It was no way in hell the federal government was going to exchange what he did for their own. So if you think that for a moment or a second, it's a foolish assumption to think that the federal government was going to drop charges on me because somebody shot at me. They didn't give a damn about that. They didn't even know about that until I made that an issue of why I would have not been in New York at R. Kelly's trial, because of the issue that had already took place in my house. I never came to the internet and talked about it. I never came to the internet and mentioned it. It was information.
I never knew about it until, I don't know.
When my lawyer filed it. When my lawyer filed it in paperwork.
Oh, in the paperwork, yeah.
Other than that, nobody would have ever known. And I also want to say this, and I ain't, trying to be cocky or nothing like that. But trust and believe, when dude did what he did, I still defended myself. Trust and believe that. You don't believe nothing else. And I spoke with this man. I spoke with him on the phone. I talked to him. I got an understanding of what the mishap was. I knew exactly what it was about. Had nothing to do with me. But I did talk to him. I did get an assessment of whatever, everything like that. And I did tell him, more than likely, you're going to end up going to jail, and that I will not be a person to testify against you, And he knows that. I know that we had that conversation together. And these are facts. So when I see people on YouTube putting a spin off and add on, I never had to be under any pressure to cooperate on anyone, because anything I ever did, I can face it. If I'm willing to, people say I got a deferred prosecution because I snitched on somebody. But if you go to the transcripts, it says from the judge, if I could take you to prison today, I would take you to prison, but I can't do anything because the government has entered into a deferred prosecution with you. And if anyone does not deserve a deferred prosecution, it's you. So, I don't know how y'all think that, you gotta, most people that get a deferred prosecution don't have a background like me. Most people that get a deferred prosecution has never been to prison, has never been incarcerated, has never been convicted of a felon. I was given a deferred prosecution because the burden that the government had to prove, that they were not going to be able to prove it. When I went to court, I knew I was 1,000% innocent. I knew that it was more to the 5 minutes of recording, and I asked it for a speedy trial, even when the federal public defender that was afforded to me objected. I still said I have the right to the speedy trial, and that's what I want over her objection. And that is why I got a 6-month deferred prosecution, because that was the 6 months of the speedy trial that I was not going to let go of, and they were not going to move forward on. So, I wasn't given a deferred prosecution for any type of cooperation, because the judge made it clear that I didn't deserve it and that he didn't think that I should be getting it. And the government is the one that deferred it to prosecute me. I can't.
Let me ask you a question. Under the deferred prosecution,
Mhm.
then is this what the conditions must be met?
Yes.
So
The conditions was,
hold on. In the condition, when they list the conditions must be met, it's going to say, and in conjunction of or cooperation with, assistance in another case or something in that, to let you know that they, if this person is going to, um, it is going to snitch, then this was, and here's the thing, right? Because that's a small part of a larger picture. When someone, even when someone is snitching on you, snitching, that's testimony, or or it could be turned over physical evidence. But snitching, that's evidence. And evidence must be known to the person that you snitching on, and it must be known to that person. That's because they have the right to defend against it. They have to
Right.
defend against it. It can't be a secret person held, no, be quiet, don't say nothing or whatever. You know, that's not that is violation of that defendant's rights. So that's why even snitching information
Now,
that plays a role in a case, whatever. It has to be known. I mean,
let's just say I went with what the fat dude be saying about me. I snitched on some traveling vice lords. If I got a deferred prosecution to snitch on these guys, that means that I would have to snitch on them within 6 months because I only had 6 months before they dropped the case. So if they didn't call me in to testify on them within that 6 months, then I completed my agreement and I would be done and not have to snitch on them. And I say that to say that these guys haven't even went to trial. So how could I have completed my deferred prosecution if it was to snitch on them and they haven't went to trial?
mm,
And secondly, I want to say that uh, my deferred prosecution only consisted of me not getting arrested for 6 months, and that they would investigate all other things that was told to them. And if they found out anything in that time, they will move forward with their case, which means all the information that these people had gave to them, the threats they gave to them, and everything else. Because in my search warrant, it was not just a 5-minute video. It was a video from my shop. It was a video of Ian Donnelly, and all of these things did not pan out. And they asked for 6 months to try to see if they can have a case to proceed, and decided not to prosecute me because those things did not pan out. So they had 6 months to try to put something together, and they did. And they dismissed the case against me. I never pled guilty or not guilty or any plea of any kind.
mm. Yeah.
We went into a deferred prosecution agreement, and the agreement
That
was,
avoids all of
let
that.
us check your whole shit out. Let us investigate all the things that we've been given. If we don't find you have threatened these prosecutors, or that the things that these other people are mentioning about you affects the prosecutors, then we're going to dismiss your case. And what people fail to realize is not only did they dismiss my case with prejudice, but they also said that 440 videos can never be used against me again. And those videos are videos that I still replay, still do commentary on, I ad libs on, but none of those videos can be reused against me again. So when you people are holding on to videos for the last 3, 4, 5 years, just know all of those videos, according to the deferred prosecution, can never be used against me again in any criminal matter.
Mm.
So all that, what I said, the cocking this, the he did this, or he did that, he said this, all of whatever I have did, I don't have to do it again. I can just go back and play it again, and it can't be used against me.
Oh wow. But I mean, it's y'all. I wish. I mean, yeah, I wish you. I mean, I'm still subscribed to you, and I be looking. I be like, oh, Debo is still going on and on. And I don't,
No. A
look
lot of
at
those is
nobody else.
replays, Miss Walker. A lot. I don't even.
I know they replays what you're playing on because
Yeah,
you're going. I can tell by what you're saying. You going back and forth with somebody. I'm
yeah.
like,
But
oh
the good thing now is, I don't have to put my time and energy to go back and forth with you. I got 440 videos that was script from YouTube that people have never seen. I have 7 channels that was script from YouTube with multiple videos that people have never seen. I have 2 Instagrams of pictures people have never seen. Facebook that people have never seen. That was all tore down from people reporting my pages and things of that nature. I lost a lot of rap videos I filmed, special moments I had with my homie Cash, my own apartment, time with my kids, things that I cherish moments on was erased from my YouTube beef and supporting R. Kelly. You know, my existence on the internet, a lot of it was erased. And then you have people who now come to the internet and create background in the story to the pages that they have removed, help get removed, and now they make up their own truth in the process. But honestly, I still give all thanks to God. I still feel blessed. You know, shout out to my mom, because anyone else that would have signed for me would have needed to meet certain criterias. And if my children's mom would have signed for me, they wanted to freeze our bank accounts. They wanted to freeze our cars and things of that nature. And one thing she said to me is, I'm not going to put you before the kids. And I was like, shit, I'm not running or nothing like that. She like, but still, it's just locking things up with this process. And who knows when, you know, I would have got access back into those accounts and things of that nature. But when my mom stepped in and signed for me, her way of living and what she had is a retiree, on her way to retiree. It was, you know, beneficial for me to walk out at low risk of putting anybody else in jeopardy. And, you know, shout out to the federal public defender I had, who utilized the threats and the posting of my addresses on YouTube to get me moved back into my house. You know what I mean? With my kids and my family. But I was still underneath the signee of my mom, but I was at my own house. So I went to my mom's house for about 2 months, and I ain't gonna lie. When I was at my mom's house, if I'm thinking I'm going to federal prison and it's going to be in New York, at least I got to spend time with my mom, spend time with my sister, spend time with my nephews. Then from there, transfer to my house, spend time with my kids, spend time with my friends, start raising my garage up, throwing parties in my damn garage since I couldn't leave the house. And step, I ain't gonna let nobody in the house. And, you know, that whole process of going through that process, it humbled me in certain ways, but it also let me know that every federal case that's brought against somebody don't mean that it's true.
Well, what I'm saying is, Debo, even though you playing replays, don't play the lawyer shit with me. You still got you still going back and forth with.
Yeah, but and it's gonna be that way because right now, Ms. Walker, by me being off the internet for 10 months doing house arrest, I'm uploading my videos and stuff like that to just get the motion back on my channel. But a lot of these videos that I have re-uploaded and things of that nature, come next year, I will be taking all down and starting a fresh look on the year. But you know, to have videos that I forgot, I didn't watch, I don't have access to, uh, as far as being on YouTube, to repost them and watch them and see things that I totally forgot. Uh, I'm satisfied with it for now, but for 2025, I will be taking a lot of those videos off of my page and starting a new lease on life.
Debo, you always saying you gonna stop and you never do. It's like and I don't be knowing
Feel
who
I
be
can stop now.
starting.
I feel I can stop now. You know?
You do?
Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you three good reasons of why I feel I could stop. The truth done came to the light. You done had these people for years saying T Baby had black eyes, better than views, black feet, couldn't eat, all of this. And then I watch these same people say that T Baby exchanged oral sex for Panda Express and thought it was funny.
Huh?
Yeah, they say T Baby exchanged oral sex for Panda Express with Trevin. That Trevin drove her on a 10 or 12-minute drive and he got oral sex with Panda Express. And even
Hold
though
up, wait a minute. I don't know how I would see Trevor, but I ain't seen Trevor nowhere.
he never said the story himself, but you got the
Hmm.
fake cop saying it, you got the masked man saying it. I get it. It's cool. It's funny. But what I want to say in hindsight of that is if you're concerned about a woman getting beaten, battered, and bruised, but you're going to take fellatio for Panda Express, what type of person is you? You'll take the same thing from a prostitute. You'll take the same thing from a homeless woman. You'll take the same thing from a woman in need. And that's the contradiction of the whole conversation that y'all been out here promoting for years. If this a battered and bruised woman, why would you want to get your dick sucked by her for Panda Express? Now, on the second thing, I feel I can let it go is because y'all wanted me arrested federally. You turned in things to these people, you emailed these people, you contact these people. Even the federal public defender that was given to me gave me a letter about certain individuals that had reached out to their establishment to protect myself. So I'm comfortable with that. And the third thing is when you go out here and you slander someone's reputation, someone that give book bags to the community, socks to the community, someone who can do for the community, a community that a lot of people have left, and I'm still here. And if I'm going to be here, the best thing I can do is be of use to my community, myself, and my family. And my goal is to do that by moving on and doing positive things instead of getting labeled, getting slandered, and getting people that will contact law enforcement to get a reaction out of them in hopes that it gets you hurt, killed, etc. So, you
And
know,
that's my point, Debo. Like the going back, and I honestly listen from a person that have be having flashbacks, and from a person that just whatever, right? Um, now you'll be actively be doing stuff, and y'all, it's an exchange. I don't know who be starting it or who be stopping it and stop restarting or whatever. I don't know. Okay, I'm definitely way out the because I'm only subscribed to you, and if when I see you go live and I click on that and I hear what you're talking about, I don't be having a clue what is going on. I'm like, oh Lord, Debo going back and forth with somebody, but but being with all of that being said, right? You see these this is a different level of I'm gonna call it what it is, right? I don't care who it is, cause I wish a motherfucker would. Um, and I don't be saying nothing, cause of these reasons here. If you see people that will go to the extent of being such a coward where they put the police in your life and tell these uh, sensational lies or whatever, getting you caught up in whatever it is. I would think, Debo, that you wouldn't be involved, let that go. Okay. Because of whatever reason. But the number one is you have children, and these people that they don't give a damn what the lie is. They don't give a fuck about putting the cops in your goddamn life, and and um lying to get them in there. You know, making
But
something
but but
what it ain't.
this something you gotta understand too, Ms. Walker, when you speak on that. It's a method to my madness. I really, 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 really have a problem with people that uses law enforcement for their personal army. I have actually went to war in these streets about shit like that. I don't like people that call in false accusations. I make false police reports on people. And what I want to dedicate my life to is making sure that people that waste law enforcement time and resources for their personal vendettas, whether it be in the street or YouTube or anywhere else, be held accountable. Because you got now these black Karens who, would misuse law enforcement. When Homeland Security jumped out on me, they could have shot me. When someone calls a well-being check on your house, and tell them you have a weapon and don't let them know when they approach you, they could have shot me.
I know this is what I'm saying, and I'm just gonna be frank. I'm just gonna be frank. Now I ain't saying nothing, and I'm just whatever. Debo, you have a couple options. All right, if you know that this is the case, right, or what have you.
Mhm.
If you ain't planning on, if you don't think it's serious enough, where you just it just be handled another way, let that shit go.
I think
Okay,
it's I think it's serious enough, Miss Walker, that
I'm gonna finish.
I just want to tell you this because I just want you to
Mhm.
know. I understand. I think it's serious enough that I sit down and talk with a Bolingbrook police uh, lieutenant, right? I think he a sergeant now. He works at my son's school. School was letting out. I was riding the bike. I'm coming through. I'm riding the bike. He on the four wheeler by the school. So he started chasing me down on the four wheeler. I stopped. Like, shit, I got license plate on my shit. I got State Farm insurance. What's up? He like, man, I wanted to talk to you about this YouTube shit. And I was like, I explained that, the FBI been in my house, blah, 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 blah. And he started showing me things and I got to explaining things and we went over notes and things of that nature. What this have done was broke the barrier of me not being able to communicate with the police because of disgruntledness, prior interactions. And now I don't get well-being checks. Now I don't get what YouTube said about me bullshit. Now it's on the radar. And that's the first step to letting law enforcement know that you have wasted time and resources on people, personal YouTube beef, when people out here need law enforcement, when women are getting hurt, children are getting hurt, properties being damaged, that was wasted for your well-being check, for your YouTube beef, and for me and him to sit down and go over well-being checks. And I would have never have been able to done this before, but by the federal government giving me 440 videos that was taken off of YouTube when I lost my channel, I was able to go to the video of that day and the well-being check call of that day. And he was able to see I never had a gun. These people told you to come to me and don't let me know when you approach me that I have a gun. And what these people don't know is this. This is something I have never done. When you contact law enforcement and you think you playing games with them for your little beef on YouTube or who you don't like, you leave a real digital footprint. Now, This digital footprint from people who don't like me can be crossed through Homeland Security, the sex trafficking hotline, the Bolingbrook Police Department, the Chicago Police Department, the federal department, and I even heard one jackass saying he was going to the CIA. My state case, the federal public defender that was afforded to me, the federal prosecutors that prosecuted me, it has reached that level of calls that has wasted law enforcement time and resources. And my goal now is to make sure when people do things like this that they're held accountable, because I could have lost my life a block away from my house, and the story would have been that I threatened some federal prosecutors, and it was never even true. I have to take that serious, because what will my kids think if I died on the side of the road and never got to defend myself, never got to tell my side of the story, never got to say that that's not true, never got to say that that's a 5-minute screen recording. Swatting is a federal crime, and if you look up Ohio, if you put in Google Ohio SWAT, you will find that it was a white young male who was part of a group that called in false alerts to casinos and several other places in the Ohio area. And they did this as a group. And what law enforcement has not caught up to yet, but I'm going to dedicate myself to making sure they catch up with, is swatting. Even when I mentioned the word swatting to the judge that I'm in front of. I said, hey, I'm being swatted. You know, medical records was put up on the court docket. And as a result of that, that information is being twisted and turned against me. You have people contacting this courtroom that's not a part of my case. And they have to go and look and see what swatting was. So swatting is something that law enforcement has not fully caught up with, but my goal is to bridge that gap.
Okay, but you do know that you're going about it, in all the wrong way, and I understand your anger and all of that. Trust and believe me, I understand. What I am saying is there's a back and forth for this, that, and the third, whatever,
I
and
have
you
not even
know
been
how
on the
people
internet, Ms.
think.
Walker.
Huh?
If you ain't seen me in the park, every video I done played is a replay.
I don't care that it's a replay, Debo. It's still you going back and forth on that. I click in
Listen,
and
hear
I
me out.
hear you, and then the way you respond, and I say, okay, somebody must be
Let me
responding
tell you
back
something
to
so you
you
can
or
know.
something. I was like,
Let,
oh Lord, here we go
let me give you
again.
some free game. Let me give you some free game, Ms. Walker.
Hmm.
What you really need to do is a lot of those lives that you have, and especially start with the ones that you made private, replay those for the public. It will save
I
you a lot
don't
of
have
time.
any I don't have no live private.
Mm. You remember when that lady came on your live and she was like, I'm on Halsted. Meet me on Halsted. I'm in the street right now. And you was like, why are you out there in the street? You don't be
Yeah,
out there. You don't got that live up.
I don't have no lives on private. I swear for God, I don't have no lives on
You don't
private.
have that
So,
live available. That live is
yeah.
not available. It was another
Okay.
live where Trevin said he walked up on me here, he walked up on me there, and my response was, you walked up on me and I walked away. You have said that several times. And then he switched it. Somewhere in there, he's like, I blow your head off, I blow T Baby head off, all of that stuff. You took that live down as well. You
No,
know,
if it's down, I didn't take it down. YouTube took it down. I must
right.
never put it
But
out. But
but
hold on, we're going to see. Hold on. Let me see what it is. Go ahead. Go ahead. Keep talking.
a lot of those lives that we did on your show where you was getting multiple people clicking the link, I honestly think, Ms. Walker, you don't have to take my advice. I honestly think that you need to go live and replay those lives, and they are very entertaining. You know, if you start from the 2022 mark, 2021 mark on your videos, when I was clicking that link and other people was clicking that link, and you know how it was going on, you have the right to that footage. You have the right to that content. And if you want to repost it or reshare it, it does not mean that you're in the same state of mind.
Hold on.
It,
I
it,
got hold on. Let me show you what I have. I have one. Hold on. Go ahead. It doesn't mean what now?
it don't mean that you're rehashing or hanging on to the past. It just means that you are utilizing your YouTube channel, maximizing the payout by not having to redo or work as hard when you can repost content that you have earned on your channel by being at the right place at the right time.
Hold on. I'm gonna show you something. Because when I hear talking about, so I got to be having some shit private. I'm trying to
It's called
figure out like some up like it was a time, and it's been videos where I say, okay, I got to, before YouTube started letting us edit music out of videos that was over
No,
3 or
because
4
I'm gonna
hours
tell you something.
long.
Just so you know, I don't went on another site that you stream to and retrieve videos that's not on your YouTube page.
Okay, let me show you. That's good. Because why would I have it out on that page and have it private on this page?
Right, it
That
was
don't make no
called like
sense.
something about the enterprise. It was something about the enterprise, something, and that lady was in the street. 312 came on there. K Baby came on there. You know,
I never had live. I didn't have that live on private. I'm gonna show you exactly what I have. Hold on.
if you go and look at that live right now today, it says a lot. It says more than what people want to accept. You know, I hate to say this shit, but I was speaking about it earlier today. But I was never supposed to pick up ET. ET was supposed to be picked up by Trevor. The lady got off the plane with no drawers, no soap.
Hold on.
No,
Hold on. We'll stop right there because you going into something else.
what did I say right there?
These are the videos I have.
Yeah, but
That
this one should say the enterprise.
there's nothing back here that I have on private.
Okay, well,
That says,
just put it in the search box.
hold on. What is it? Views.
It was something about the enterprise respond. Put that one up. Let's see if you got that one.
What is it?
The enterprise respond or something like that.
How I look like? Where I find it? How do I
Go right there at the top where it say search your channel at the top.
I got you. Now I'm putting enterprise.
But yeah, you weren't saying on the record back then. You used to say something else like
Okay.
our channel.
P-R-I-S-E.
See,
Okay.
it ain't on there.
There's nothing there.
Right, but I got
Yes.
the video though. I got it. I
Baby,
got the video.
I ain't did nothing to it.
Right, I'm just saying it ain't
I
on
don't
there.
take
It ain't on your
I
channel.
don't-
But I can show you the video, and you remember already that the lady was standing in the street. You remember that,
I
right?
remember that. I remember
Right.
that.
But
I
that
ain't take that
video is
video
not
down.
on your page at all. That video ain't on your page.
Well, if it ain't on there, I'm trying to tell you, I ain't take it down. Send it to me, because I want my videos that apparently I don't have no more. I don't do
Right.
that.
So
And here's the thing, right? Here's like, now back then, like if it was some music, if YouTube took it down for music,
there wasn't no music back then.
right?
It was
Then
Google conversation.
I would, if it was over 3 or 4 hours, then it wouldn't let
It
you
was
edit.
way over 3 hours.
Hold on. Back then, it wouldn't let you edit. Let me say this. Hold on. Then there was, I remember the video, I think the night before you went to jail, when you and Jeff and all y'all was out there arguing, that long ass video. I was gonna have to edit the gun out of that. Okay. I was like, did I ever get
Who
around
had
to
a gun? Who had a gun?
somebody had a gun? I
It
don't know
wasn't
who
me.
it was. somebody had something, and I had to put that on private till I found out how to go back and edit it. At that time, if anybody can remember, I was doing, I was playing, I was doing like a live and a live where YouTube wouldn't let us edit over a certain amount of time. So I actually would sit up and play the live, and then when I get to the part that I had to edit out, then I would skip, I would, take it down and put it back up or something. Then it kept on, running through. I went through that whole process of doing that. And here's the thing, what benefit of it for me to take a video down? It ain't no, I ain't fucking with
Maybe,
nobody.
maybe, maybe YouTube. So, but will you say this though? Some of your videos that you put up is not on YouTube, because I could tell you a very nice one that you didn't take down and YouTube took it down. You remember when Angelo Clary called in your show
He
on the
called in.
late night? On the
Oh,
late,
I don't remember
we
him
had
even
been up the
calling.
whole day. Everybody had been up the whole day on your channel. Angelo Clary came in at the end and he was talking to you and all this shit, but you couldn't save it because it was past 10 hours.
Oh yeah, yeah, that long, long. Okay, yeah, that was a long time ago. Y'all remember that? Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so
I
it's been
know back
multiple. So,
then.
so
I
imagine
know.
this: if the government go in your channel and they give you every video that you no longer have, you ain't gonna replay them again on your channel.
Well, yeah, I wanna put a
That's all
record
I've
on.
been doing, Miss Walker. That's all I've been doing.
No,
I don't.
Devo, I be hearing you arguing back and forth, and I can tell that when the next time you go live or whatever, you responding. It's even to be in your title. I'm like, okay, because I'm not
I
subscribing to the
responded.
folks.
I responded about. I responded. I res- in the last 40 days, I've been live about 14 times. Everything else been a replay. If I went outside in the park, are you sure that it was me responding? Because I normally be outside.
Devo, you talking about people teeth and all of that, baby.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I did do
Yeah,
that one.
no,
I did do
no,
that.
yeah.
I did do that one. I don't consider that back and forth. I consider that me trying to give you vital information. If you was recently if you was recently a federal detainee, they have programs out here that will help you get your teeth fixed. I know Negroes back in motherfucking the early 2000s and the 90s was going to prison just to get their teeth fixed. So if you just got out of prison and your grill got periodontal disease, which is a bacteria infection that's infecting the gums, I can clearly see that with the puffiness that's in between your teeth. You already admit that your mouth is jacked up. I went to the dentist. I done seen all the pictures of what your mouth could look like, and I'm just trying to encourage you instead of wasting your time on YouTube worrying did somebody get their dick sucked for a Panda Express. You need to be worrying about when you're expressing yourself with bacteria in your mouth and periodontal disease, not only affect your gums, but it can affect your brain because the bone is your teeth and the uh, nerves in that bone connect to your brain. So when you saying you don't want to go get treatment for your mouth, but you know your mouth is bogus, but you don't want to get treatment for it until I go to jail, that could be affecting your health. And I'm just trying to give you a pull up. I ain't even trying to beef with you on that. I'm trying to tell you, hey, this would be the time to go get your mouth fixed, bro. I go get your grill straight, because you can think that that's just some whatever, it's my teeth and not my heart or my arm or my leg, but your teeth are connected to vital parts of your body. And when you have bacteria like that, that clearly can be seen in your mouth, it's going to spread throughout your body and it could kill you. It could cause uh uh cardiovascular or whatever the hell.
Well,
Yeah, cardiovascular. So, get yourself fixed, man. That wasn't no bad video. And I did Misery Love Company. Other
no.
than that, I talk about P. Diddy stuff, a little bit about the Dirk stuff. Anything else was a replay.
Debo, even though it's a replay, what I'm saying is in between you're going and here's the thing, right? Even when now I don't know how serious you people have been coming up or whatever, but even when I was in school, we didn't have no this type of shit, no back and forth like it is around here. You know, all this extra stuff. I mean, and this, and I found out per, somebody, people tell me, oh, go check here. They be going back and forth, whatever. This type of beefing back and forth and stuff like that to where it rises to the level of like playing all them dangerous ass games. Because see,
Mhm.
we view that as you coming for our life. So either we got to make the decision. Now, if you serious, then it's gonna be handled serious. If we just think you just a coward motherfucker, let me let you live. Because it ain't worth everybody going to jail, prison, or the hospital or in the ground. Nobody plays all them kind of games like that. And that's what I'm saying. All that swatting and all that type of shit,
You
whatever,
know,
that's too much. You be like, okay, y'all on something else. Let me
yeah. You know,
let me get on
if
with that.
if you disrespecting me and I'm disrespecting you, I get that. If you saying if I run across you, you run across me, I get that. But uh doing all the same shit to me that you would say I did to you and go to law enforcement and trying to get somebody locked up and sending law enforcement out to people and going live and bragging about how you trying to get people locked up and all of that. That ain't nothing that I agreed to when I was beefing with anybody on the internet.
He said he ain't agree to beef like that.
I ain't never
He ain't
agreed to
agree
that.
to beef to the police and shit. Now wait a
Yeah, I
minute.
ain't agree to that. So a lot of them they had head starts with that shit. They by the time I realized that's what they was doing, and
Hold
then
on.
after you do the shit, you turn around and go live and want to woof at me and want to continue on simply because you done made a report. I'd rather just end all that shit by you can argue with the replay because I ain't got time to replay that bullshit in my life.
Wait a minute. I ain't agree to that. I know. I know that's right. That's all right. You got it. And the evidence has shown that these motherfuckers are effective. Hell to the no. You got it, player. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Oh shit. I'm just saying, Debo, with all of that and the folks shooting and all of this, it seems like you'll be like, okay, y'all got it. Let me know when you serious. And then we can be serious. Because my thing is now here's the thing, right? Either you gonna be bad. Now I ain't taking no sides and shit. I really don't give a fuck. But either you gonna be bad and then handle like bad people do, or you gonna do the coward shit and let others handle it. You handle your stuff like the cops and this, that, and third, whatever, and do that. But ain't nobody got. People crazy. Like you got people shooting all at you, uh, and people calling the cops on you, like on some whatever the deal is. Cause I don't know. Okay, I don't know what parts that people say are truthful and what's not. How it happened, how it didn't. I don't know all that. Okay, it ain't my business. Whatever. It's just going on and on and on and on. Okay. And I'm clicking on Debo and I'm hearing what he's saying. I can tell that there is somebody's going to back and forth or something about how he's responding by the title of his video. And my thing is, It has been enough. All you got to do is, I mean, yeah, the schoolgirl, but remember, I keep trying to tell you, Buckner 14 was more than that now. Maybe now it's 15 and a half. Years I did in school. Think about them 14. Mm-mm. All you got to do is send my ass to jail on whatever, on one time. One time. That's it. Like, what the fuck? Like, no, player. And see, back in the, now when you're dealing with real ones, right? Everybody know what it is. There don't be no back and forth. That's just too much energy and unnecessary foolishness. Lavelle, you so damn silly. But yeah, everybody know what it is. You don't even have to get on the internet, or you don't have to even call nobody to know. Everybody know. When I run across when I run across you, it is what it is. It's on. It's whatever the day will bring. I don't like all of that. I don't like all of that. Playing the extra stuff, whatever, just because you have access to do that. I don't like doing all of that. I thought it was a good gesture when Yvette come calling me, crying and this, that, and the third, whatever, about that dude didn't give her money back, and that was her daughter's Christmas money. I thought it was me being a good friend that put his ass up out that house. Yeah. And her daughter called me auntie. That was about the principles. And yap and whatever. And Yvette wanted to do more than, you know, what side chicks do, and call the girlfriend or the wife and tell her about what your husband been doing with me. She wanted to go further. And I agreed. Wait a minute. You won't give your money. And I had told her about breaking bread with these niggas and all this extra stuff. Stop loving somebody more than they love you. Shoot. I be doing, the stuff to help people out. Not for me. But that ain't what I do. You know? It's crazy. But my thing is, I don't know what happened to Debo. Shut up, Lavelle. Yes, it is. This is ginger ale. And my thing is, you see people trying to get you locked up and don't give a fuck if you get killed in the process. Come on now. See, that translates different. But see, these ain't real street people and about that bit. They not. That's not real. So you got to, because let me tell you this now. Once you see people in the pub, I've done it too many times. Men, oh Angie, la 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 la, backing up, Slime like me, girl, I just la. Meaning they don't want to commit their life to to this bullshit. They don't want to commit their life to the bullshit. So you got to thank for both of y'all. And my friend that died, I don't even call it my friend. That was family. If you listen to that call that we had on there, and we was talking about that day, we was laying it on the line. We laid it on the line. Well, not really me, because it was out of my hand at that point. Because I don't like to get people in shit. I don't like to make no call. I don't like doing it. But they had to escort Mr. Walker from Jacksonville, Florida to Georgia. That's what I'm saying. Stop fucking with people, and people stop fucking with you. Don't do all of that. Don't this too much. This is like, I don't know. It's like high school but playing college games. Everybody got time for that. Like, are you serious? Like, I don't get it. I don't get none of that. So let that shit go. These people be seeing each other and whatever and all this running across each other and everybody that. That ain't how it works. That ain't how it works. That's how I know this is play. Ain't how none of that works. So stop. I don't want to see nobody get hurt over some stupid internet shit because it's so stupid. Just because people don't like each other. Are you serious? I can't live a productive life because you don't like me. So you got to be an irritant in my life just because you don't like me. Or I got to be an irritant in your life because I don't like you. Yeah, how crazy is that? And it got to go on for years. Because it's some mental health shit going on where it can't stop. Like, oh my God. And people get so mad at the stories or the information you tell, whatever, because it's true. And just because they can't do it or too coward to do it, whatever, they want to shit on. But it's you can't do that because, baby, I have witnesses, have people that was in it, have people that did it. So what you gonna what like? Don't these people come out here and do all that whoop 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 chop chop? I do that. I was the biggest cap lies. Because here's the thing I know for sure. You won't be on this motherfucker doing all of that. I ain't seen one yet. Do you know how hard it was for me to get people to get on social media and let it be known? They'll post a couple pictures or whatever. If somebody speak to them, they'll speak back. But that activity there, they got them because I asked them to. I pretty much begged them because I want to, keep up with everybody and whatever. And I found out that hey, that is one of the best ways to have an interactive address book, a contact list. Of the people you know everywhere around this globe, but they ain't on a not. It's a lot of them on that don't like each other. Other than it be maybe be some like little petty argument about like over a girl, over a guy, or something like this. But not really. But it's not intense. But when it get intense, it's no longer on the internet. It's just like them guys that are those rappers and all them other people, whatever. When they be whatever, I can read through their shit, right? When they be talking about ain't no beef or whatever, yes it is. It's just that if something go down, you got me on here saying I ain't got no problem with that, right? You can read right through it. Anybody knows that. Those people take it to the street for real. And sometimes, and just because when you do see each other and you be like, nah, we ain't gonna go there, whatever. That's a good thing too. Because that's sending signals that it's best for both of y'all. And anybody that might be connected to both of y'all. Like it's crazy, right? That's what I'm saying. Like I don't like because things can escalate. And let me tell you another thing, right? Cowards, and I'm not particularly calling it. There's a lot of motherfuckers that lost their life over cowards and coward ass moves. There's a lot of people and scared motherfuckers. There's a lot of people that lost their life behind that shit like that. These people ain't about that life. Let that shit go. I mean, it would be sad. Oh, you're supposed to be pro or against R. Kelly, whatever. And the arguments I would make, I thought would stay there. Mm-mm. My good God. I just don't know what I just don't know. It's not about that life. It's crazy. I don't know. I just don't want to see nobody else getting locked up. Nobody else, getting killed. Nobody else getting threatened. No one's family being attacked or talked about. No, all that extra. It's silly to me. It's like, are we playing the dozens? I mean, if it was just going back for playing the dozens, that would be different. But y'all be getting the cops involved and CPS and all these extra entities and this bull skating and all of this whatever. Now it's a little more than playing a dozen. You literally come from my life. And that's when you have to take the assessment. Did you mean for that to happen? Are you serious about that? And if the answer is yeah, then it's no more talking back and forth on the internet. Like what? This is very simple. God. But then I mean, is it a commitment that that you're gonna be irritant in my life forever until you think you get tired? That's also you coming from my life because you're not gonna harass my life. What are we doing? You know how many times until I caught on that this shit, these motherfuckers ain't for real. I used to think, oh my gosh, the rally is where it's gonna go down at, or you know, whatever event, but pretty much the rally. I'm like, oh, keep the cameras rolling so we can see. People just marching up and down the street. Then I caught on. I said, this is play. Because that's usually the protocol. We know where you are. And it's a bunch of y'all there at one time. Hmm? And we got the date, the time, and the place. Oh, shit. What? Lord, baby. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Okay. And I wouldn't normally tell y'all that or whatever because, you know. But I did. And I used to be like, ooh, it's finna go down. And sometimes I'd be like, move the camera, move the camera. I mean, move the camera, move the camera. I'm thinking, whenever it go down, I want to see everything. I caught on. That's some bullshit. I mean, you got to give it up. These motherfuckers do some hard whooping. They gonna kill everybody and the loud ass barking dog. Well, surely it's gonna go down at said time, said place. Like, no, don't come fuck with me in the middle of the night when I'm sleeping. Send the cops to come get me. Wait a minute now. What part of the game is that? I got time for all of that. Boy, leave that shit alone. This shit is ridiculous. Gets on top of my nerves. Well, where was I with the stuff I was saying? Devo, they having Devo. Anyway, Devo, send me my videos. I'm gonna tell you, his videos that I'm supposed to edit the gun out or what have you. I wonder was I sending those videos to Twitter and Facebook back then, or was I sending because when did I start sending those? Like, why would I put them on private or delete them? You know damn well I'm not going to delete nothing. I'll put it on private, like just put it on private. I know it was a minute. I kept saying, "Oh, I got that." Remember, I used to say, "Oh, I still ain't edited them videos. I got three. I got to edit it and put back up. I got three. I got to edit and put back up." It's. I think I was able to edit it, those three videos, and when you go through them and you put them back up, that was after YouTube changed the fact that you can edit if the video is whatever hour, how many hours long, right? You can do that. But I mean, like, why would I put some videos on private that ain't making me look bad? I don't even put the ones on private that you could say make me look bad. I don't know none of these motherfuckers. If I said it, I meant it. Like what? And like I would have to know that. I mean, I didn't know that people was taking the videos and putting them in the paper. Right? I didn't know. We all that type of cow ass shit stuff like that goes on. So I would have to know that first in order for me to put it on private or whatever. I don't think like that. I mean, huh? Who does that? But I want to make sure that if whoever have need access to the videos, whatever the videos are, you have access to them, honey. I want to make sure. So I got to figure out when did I started sending those videos to, and these motherfuckers know more about my videos and whatever than I do. Keep a track of. I don't keep a track of that shit. But so we got to figure that out on the fly. Yeah, I'm alert. I can't do all that. That's too much. And then it's like, how long are you gonna go back? I that right there too. All of that, I can I don't want to deal with that. That shit going on and on and on and on and on, baby. I be ready. I be like, okay, me. I will erase your ass out my brain, and when I erase you out my brain and stuff like that, I want you to go. At that point, I really want you to go on. I'm okay never responding back to you, never speaking on you and about you. I'm okay with that. We can make that www goddamn agreement through the airwaves. I'm good on that because I don't like all of that. Mm. What was I getting ready to say? But anyway, speaking of something Debo had said about giving Diddy a bond. What interview? What interview, DB? But like I said, the judge could be covering himself to make sure he asked all the questions before he may, deny the bond. Or I mean, he could very well agree to it, the bail. He could very well agree to it. And like I said, you know, you absolutely there's not a law that says a person is guaranteed a bond, a bail or bond, like it's a right. It's not an entitlement. And that's why there are certain charges that gives the judges flexibility to either give you a bond or not. So, I mean, the judge could very well give him a bond. I don't know all of the arguments they made with regards to why the Abercrombie and Fitch man got one or not. I don't think I pulled up any clips that spoke to that. Let me see if I can find something that says what the response was to that. Okay. Okay, I can't find what was the argument for that, right? But I'm pretty sure it's probably something with regards to obstruction and things of that nature, right? So I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, back to this thing, this ghetto comment and this new black thing, right? Again, like I was saying, just because I share some of the spoken, you know, languages or reads that some of the people that he's accustomed to share, he gonna lump me in as ghetto as well. Uh, don't judge me by your environment. Don't blend me in with the people you got there and deal with. Like, don't do that. That's crazy. I mean, I don't even deal with no ghetto people. My gang, let me see, I'm trying to count, like maybe three of my gang related friends. Okay, yeah, they probably ghetto. You could probably call them ghetto. And it was so funny, baby. I took them out to that beach. We was fighting out there. And in New Black's head, he probably thinks somebody fighting is ghetto. Shit like that. And that the whole time while I'm trying to get him to understand, I wasn't saying, I wasn't saying no what. I mean, I have no idea how he read that. Like, I'm just saying that understanding, like, oh my God, that comprehension is just whoa. I ain't say I was no Michelle Obama. I ain't say that. And I told you where that little saying came from. I told you when Credit Card Man and I broke up, he was saying, "Well, who you gonna deal with now? Obama?" Because one, he understood status. Two, he understood me. Three, he knows me. He knows him. He got. We all have a good idea of what's out there based on the levels that we play on and stuff like that. Or we can play on. So that's what he used to say. Who you gonna go get? Obama? And he used to say, I think he said Jay-Z said that what's higher than number one? And he wasn't a person that brag and boast or whatever. He wasn't even a person that spoke on his spoke his self confidence. He just displayed like, look at what I do and look at what I've done. You know? You understand what I'm saying? It's all a part of your black history. I don't care if it was the past, the present, or the future. They're gonna look at all of it, not what you can do right now or what you can do in 2 more years. And so I said, once we break up, who you gonna go get? Who's next? You must be gonna have to go get Michelle Obama. Now I don't know where the break in communication would come off as saying like I as good as Michelle Obama. And like, why wouldn't I be? Why wouldn't some of y'all be? Nobody has to subscribe to that minimalist way of thinking, and you got to minimize yourself because some nigga wants to be seen as greater. To me, that breeds insecurity. That breeds a person that can't do it on their own. That I'm just sorry, that's what it breeds. I'm that's not like, huh? So no. And again, and I don't know, I know this done been expressed 1,001 times. Maybe it's this 1,002 that's going to make the difference. In his world, and in a lot of people's world, they think that your worth is all exterior. Person's worth is all exterior. Huh? And anybody with an ounce of sense knowing goddamn well that is not the truth. But if that's all a person looks for in another person, whatever, then watch how those relationships work out. Just watch what happens in within those relationships, right? I get turned off if all I hear is, "Oh, you look so good. Oh, you so fine. Oh, you so, oh, you so." That just telling me that's all you interested in. You do have some men, I'm tell you this, that want to go out on dates with you because of the way you look. And you are, you look good on the arm. I tell you not a word of a lie. I'm doing them dates because I like a good meal. I like a good time. And I already know them and what they're about. And I know I'm not looking for nothing else or expecting anything else with them. Y'all know them type. The shallow type. And you know, honey, they gonna spend some money on you. Baby, anything you like, they got it. So you already know that. And you ain't got to do nothing. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. So yeah, what I'm talking about. Someone that you trying to develop with, or you know, uh-uh. Because when you know that you got the latest, listen to me. Am my line? When you know that you got that type, what up, be pretty? When you know that you dealing with that type of person, you don't give a fuck how they look. Am I lying? Because they done been all in your face or on your line, just talking about how good you look and how your body is, this hair and all this hair and ooh, your hair and all this stuff. Nothing about nothing else. None. They don't talk about your oh, they might throw this in, and you a lawyer. Oh, you finna get some good meals or what. Oh, also, y'all. I hate listen. The men getting the secrets today. Those men are also good for when you got to pay a nigga back with. You wanna okay, all right. You wanna play them little games. This dude right here, he's a serial dater. And okay, we're gonna pop up to a play. Come on. He's good. Them type of men is good for being on y'all on the list for hey, when you need a quick date and they're gonna pay for it and all that, they're gonna be real happy to be out on a date with your ass. You're gonna get a lot of things accomplished. You're gonna get a rise out the other dude. Or it could be just hey, you just might wanna not be bored tonight. You might want to do something. You know that list. And them be the same dudes 10 years after you. They still doing the same shit. Child, please. My girl who I just lost. I told you her and my cousin. I called them my pimp and Yvette. I called them my pimps. Child, please. Let me tell you something else. That one that I lost, baby, she knew about right. Mm, maybe some of that stuff that goes up and down the coast. Some of them parties. Um, everybody, people know what be going on. Put it like that. And my thing is right. So, and another thing, right? I didn't mean to talk about those women he be having in the photos and all this other stuff or whatever, and shitting on another country or whatever. But he shits on America and the values that we find in America. And just because we don't think that going all across over there for those purposes or whatever is hot, what have don't shit on the fact, don't shit on the way I feel and the way I think, and I won't shit on the way you feel and the way you act. And just know when you throw up a woman and you try to tell another woman, you try to tell like maybe you ain't the best of the best or some shit. And then you gonna sit up there and say that them women that you fuck with are the best, all that or whatever, or you gonna put them up there by name or whatever. Just know that you have now entered her in for criticism and inspection. And I'm the wrong one to do that to. Because we're going to start putting out them resumes. Hmm? Yeah, pull her resume. I sit comfortably waiting. Pull the little African lady resume. I don't give a fuck if her resume ain't long enough. Go get somebody else. Put them both together. I'm getting it all out, Kim. Okay. Because we finna start the inspection. Hey, you don't throw nobody up there that what? Come on now. But they finna get the inspection. Cause you the one put up there. You the one brag and say you know you got the baddest of the bad. They got to be, they got to be. And especially when you get the ones be like, "Ah, they got to be this, got to be that." Okay, I'ma hold you to it. Then when I go to with the criticism, don't be telling me it's beauty in the eye of the beholder. No, fuck that. What we doing? And you come and bring somebody to make check one or two boxes? What you talking about? And you ain't talking about nobody that's hard on the eye with a fat front and a flat back. You ain't talking to her. You ain't talking no bad body, ugly motherfucker. What we doing the comparisons to? You and her finna lose. And the other one. Because I told you to go get somebody else. Because she 25 or whatever. Is you insane? Again, based on credit card man standard, who you gonna go get? Who? 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 She gonna tell you to leave it alone. They always do. Why you do that? Mhm. I told you, that old damn. I told you what they do. University of Florida, come with that girl. I took him for his word. Because he knew he had to come with more other than the outside. He's going to have to come with something, some other stuff. I mean, yeah, she's a registered nurse. Hmm. I kept on. And then when it break up, then you get the information. No damn registered nurse. Then the ones that, yeah, she own the shop. No, she paid booth rent and she got the keys to the shop. Oh, come on. Why you got to lie about it? You don't put up there. Come on with the. What I got there? Ooh. That Universal Florida boy, he just couldn't. He just had to. Did you see my dime? That's what he called my house and said, y'all. I swear for God. Did you see my dime? Did you see my dime? I'm like, yes, nigga. And what you want me to do? You're registered nurse. Okay, well, good for you and y'all. Like craziness. It was crazy. That's that extra shit. And I told you, he wanted to have a little bit of ghetto-ness in him. On the other time that time I had with the girl that was supposed to be a beautician, but was supposed to own the shop. Who was that with? Somebody that had them, had that ghetto, and you know what I'm talking about. Well, that was a choice. That child daddy and University of Florida, that was their choice to have that ghetto in them. You know what I'm saying? And Mr. Walker, he was, you know, he was born through the ghetto-ness and then moved across the waters. But again, he was saying streets and shrimps. It's always them ghetto hood niggas that you can have a problem with. Those type of ghetto hood things where you got to do all this about some with some woman or some other ghetto ass shit. Like, baby. And this was so funny because Mr. Walker, I don't know if I see how skinny he is, but Mr. Walker, I was the biggest girl he had ever been with. Right? I'm talking about he like a malnutrition, honey. He like him like no bigger than 120. I don't think none of them have us been 120. I think they been like 110. Be like 5'8", whatever, 110. I mean, skinny as hell. Like, oh my gosh, honey. I was like, oh, baby. Man, don't play with me. I've been through a whole lot. Yeah. But then don't back up or commit to your shit. You're gonna put up, yeah, they got to be the thing, and you man, and you gonna tell me, well, I ain't, and I done seen what you done have up in that circle. Well, I'm gonna get to the real questions. We gonna get beyond the looks part. We gonna get to that brain and what that resume say. Next, get your ass out of here. And then also, let me tell you what else goes along with that. And this is the luxury of having stats. Oh, well, this you don't actually have to have status. Let me tell you what else get you points. Y'all know this. Who you done been with, who you was able to pull. Like I said, you're gonna have to go get Michelle Obama. What? Yes, this is actually how it works. Anybody know? It's definitely if you one of them status people. All of that counts because it's part of your social resume. So all of that counts. See, that's why when it comes to, I'm not saying that non-ghetto shouldn't mix with ghetto. That's not what I'm saying. But when it comes to comparisons and trying to be in the same arenas and stuff like that, we should never, the shit should never get twisted because the conversation, somebody ain't gonna understand somebody. We're not gonna understand why we even having this conversation because you actually not getting it. It's more than being able to check off 2 boxes, maybe a box. Especially if you're assuming, because you got to assume that the person can't check off that same box. But especially back when I was coming up, before everything, was given a name like status and prestige and this and the shit and the it girl and all this type of stuff, who you have been with Mm-hmm. Those are points. So remember, let me refresh your head back in school. If you had somebody on the football team, somebody on the basketball team, shit like that, same concept. And normally, and here's the thing, right? And depending on what if you compare trying to do blow for blow or whatever with someone that's not in that on with the status and shit, that I don't know who that person will come with. But if you just got one person on your social resume, and it could be somebody you done jumped up and down on, or it can be a friend, right? That's what we call what name dropping. Okay, when you got status, that ain't called name dropping. But if you just, so happen to be a friend of someone or whatever, a celebrity, something like that, you call that name dropping. Or if somebody that's popular, whatever, they call that name dropping. You got status, that's just the contact list. That's just, your friend. That's just the norm. It's norm. But if the person that's not in those type of arenas, they would be name dropping and just say they can just drop one name. And you up here sitting up here like, okay, you drop one name. I got a wall, a Hall of Fame wall behind me. Are you crazy? I thought we having this conversation. That's why, normally people that know better, they don't even get in those type of arenas with everybody. Know just that can't be mixed. What are we doing? Who you got? And let me tell you, it just you have to know this stuff. You really don't have to know it if it doesn't mean shit to you if you ain't involved in it. But you have to know this. You can just say if and I'm not trying to say new black, but let's say somebody else, anybody else, right, regular person, and just say they showed up with a celebrity, right? Just say they showed up with, just say they were friends with Ray J. That does not mean you get status, right? You get status level. I don't mean that. Just say you show up with Beyonce and you dating Beyonce. And I use that name because everybody, think that she is the measurement when it comes to beauty, right? That doesn't mean that you get, you know, status stamp on your motherfucking passport. That don't mean that. That shit is hard, ain't it? I don't mean that. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. It's like, so you got Beyonce. Because here's how it measures up, because you got to understand there's going to be people with status who beauty can rival Beyonce or can match it or what have you. And, but then you got to go to looking at the resumes and stuff like that. And then, you got body and stuff like that. So it's extra shit. So it's almost now, if you got status already and you show up with Beyonce, one, you know, that's predictable. And two, now you in the game, now you're in the conversation. But if you're a nobody or nothing, and you show up with a somebody, and you show up with a celebrity, like when um I told you that guy that told me and this other girl Angie it was a Orlando Magic player, and he told us to come over there and get that to get the autograph. And her and I looked at each other like, hmm? We ain't moved. Like you got the what? That's how it is when you carry that status. Like we ain't get no damn get no goddamn autograph. We take you somewhere for them to impress somebody else. They'll come and get the autograph. They ain't doing that. That's how it's looked at. So I'm trying to tell you, that status is a motherfucker. Sorry, I mean to say it like that, but it's hardcore. And it's so naturally in us to her and I looked at each other with the same like I can't believe he asking us to come get some autograph. I can't believe it. See, anyone without status, they'll be over there getting the autograph. But we just looking at each other like, you got to be kidding me. Are you crazy? I ain't getting no autograph. I'll tell you who the player was. It was Anthony Bowie of Orlando Magic. I don't know when he played. Yeah. Got a daughter named Brooke. And his ex-wife is quite hilarious. Don't play with me. She good people. Um, yeah, and like it was something else he had said. He was like he was giving his ideas of ghetto people, right? And he said putting sugar in spaghetti is ghetto. So that's what made me believe that okay, New Black is taking what the people around him do that's ghetto 24/7. They wake up ghetto. They wake up like that. And because they call somebody a band, bitch ass nigga and whatever, and then you hear somebody else say it, they got to be ghetto too. That's not how it works. You're gonna have to elevate that thinking. And actually somebody putting sugar in their spaghetti don't mean they're ghetto. I don't do it. I can that's nasty, and it's a way to pull the sweetness out of ingredients rather than instead of putting sugar in there to make it sweet. A lot of people put sugar in spaghetti and collard greens and stuff like that. I don't do that. You don't mean they ghetto though. What, Kim? What I do? I'm telling you how I go. But that's I just looked up, so that was a minute ago when you put that comment in there. Like, I mean, I don't even. I would connect if I was ghetto. I would connect with a lot more people. I would definitely be kissing people ass out here. See, that's when it. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm looking at my text. But it's like, I know a great deal about politics. It doesn't mean I'm a politician. Same concept. Just because we might say similar words that your ghetto friends and people may use or whatever, doesn't make us ghetto. I mean, me ghetto. Shit. Mm-mm. That's why communication is so key. The will of communication is very important, right? Because it has something to do with understanding and comprehension. You understand what I'm saying? And and another thing, right? You have men that think that all women are the same. So this is how this works. You have a lot of desperate ass women. Okay, you have a lot of desperate ass women. So men think, especially that don't invest the time to see the difference in between the women, and let alone find the difference. I mean, we're all the same, and that's just not the truth. They think we all looking for the same thing. Because he's in the thing. He think everyone wants to get married. And if you don't, and you just want to be a whole baby mama. No. And with his thinking, he has to get somebody from over there, some younger somebody that's just desperate. That's what I'm saying. Desperate to come over here, desperate to be with a dude, desperate to do something, get some peanuts, desperate. There ain't no way in hell. And I got another question. If they so bad and this, that, and the third, whatever, why is they putting up with your shit? Why are they putting up with your motherfucking shit? Because surely they know they can get somebody else. Surely they know that they can get somebody else, honey. Had to put up with that shit. But no, they get these desperate ass women and put up with all that shit. And I told you, they should tell y'all. Then you meet people and listen. A lot of men, And they can have status or not. A lot of them think that all women are the same, and or every woman they're gonna do the same to and for every woman because they think that they just got a general book that says that the woman needs this, and that's it. Not realizing that all women are different and we want different things, what have you, right? And we need different things. So they're gonna go along with the man playbook, right? And they're gonna give us what they think we need based on the last motherfucker, or it's based on a general. Oh, woman want this because I've heard them speak. Give her this, and she should be happy. It's not how it works. I like the ones that they may come to the table with that mindset of come, however, but they'll tell you, oh, you different. Well, you goddamn right. And that's why sometimes I be mad at the women because when the men get to me and I'm telling them, baby, Khadijah don't need you. Understand that. They think I'm the Tasmanian devil. They like, wait a minute. I'm showing up with this $1 million smile. I smell like $1 million. And hell, I act and I dress and I drive and I sleep like I got $1 million. I work like I got $1 million. I got this in the bag. And then when I say, baby, if I can fuck about all that, they think I'm the Tasmanian devil. Because I'm not going to put up with your shit. That's the one thing I heard Levi say that was correct. He said the women that be cussing you out and all of that, so they telling you. They ain't got to put up with your shit. And see, fortunately for me, in my order of what I need, peace comes before love. I got so much shit before love, honey. I don't care nothing about that. But yeah, we gonna get it out today. I'm kind of upset that people gonna tell me that I don't have the videos or whatever. Like, so what happened to the videos? Because I was even doing a video in a video to keep them videos. You understand what I'm saying? To make sure they get back out with them. They used to be so long hours. I would have to sit up here and when it got to that time stamp, boom, I take I pop the video down or whatever, and then after it goes past, put it back up, whatever. But listen, y'all make sure, check on Facebook and Twitter. Because I promise you, baby, y'all see the only video I got um on private is that one with me running and for a minute so and I redid it. But the one that says this video can't be monetized, let me see. Let me check this video out real quick. Let me see if am I able to edit this video. But this one say partially blocked. Okay, it say partially blocked, but it don't mean it's on private. It don't mean that y'all can't see it. Oh, wait a minute. This that thing I was looking for. This is video. This the lifetime video. I got stroke for. How can you be a bad girl? Nothing about my world. Mm. But yeah, y'all. I mean, now let me move to this. I want to talk about these. Um, I think I played this before. Oh, they go to shot in the nose lady 2 weeks ago. Lord have mercy. Shot in the nose lady be everywhere. Like, what do y'all think of A lot of these white people are just getting into these stories about the fallen black celebrity, right? They are like really, really, really getting into what the hell is going, what's going on, right? So now, prior to this sector, I wouldn't have thought nothing of it. It was just people reporting on shit. But baby, y'all got me thinking. Hold on, let's talk about this election.
Hey, y'all.
Okay. Well, we're gonna talk about this election as exposure. This is also the results of this election, honey. Something, I don't let it go or whatever, but I got an issue with the people. Not like a issue like I'm punching the face or like I'm a this. I'm gonna look at you. You know, it is what it is. But to hear other people to share the same sort of hey, I feel that way too, man, about these people that that this man put this man back in office, honey. Satan, child. Who votes for Satan? Well, let me play with it.
Hey, y'all. I'm just coming by to see if y'all all right. I'm just checking to see if y'all okay. After the election, what else are we gonna do? Cry? I think we all had we cried in our wine, we cried in our tequila. We, ate our gummy sour peach rings and got up and went on about our business. But a strange thing is happening now. After the election, black women is fed to okay. Numbers indicate that the largest demographic that did what they said they was gonna do was black people, and an even larger demographic of that subgroup was black women. Okay, so we were standing on business. And now we side eye with the bombastic side eye. All these women that said, oh, yeah, honey, we staying with y'all. We don't care that she black, she's a woman, and we gonna get her in office. The lie detector test determined that was a lie. Y'all go on over to TikTok and see how black women did shut the fuck down. We ain't helping nobody. We not concerned about what you need help with. We not getting nothing together. We not organizing no phone calls. We not gonna be out there protesting. We are busy. Okay, with our mani-pedis. We have massages lined up. There was black men that showed up too, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough of y'all out there. And what is up with the Latino people voting for Trump? Like, what flavor Kool-Aid was they sipping on? I am so confused. But anyway, this is a very serious matter. I don't know why I'm laughing. To keep from crying, I suppose. But y'all, black people have always said, we've talked about among ourselves, we've always talked about black and brown relations. Okay. And how is this philosophy that some brown people have that they are not brown, that they are closer to white than they are black, that if they had a choice to identify themselves, they would identify themselves as white Latin Americans. But these people in our country, you look black, you look brown, they putting us all in the same category. And that's why I don't understand. That's why I'm so confused about why that vote swung that way. But you know what? The bottom line is it didn't swing the way we thought it did. I hate to sound like Trump sounded back in the day where he was like, the votes are rigged and, they stole the election. But y'all, the math just ain't math. The fact that this man's mantra on the campaign trail was, you don't need to vote. Don't even worry about voting. We have all the votes we need.
My instruction, we don't need the votes. I have so many votes. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote.
I still believe in my heart of hearts that Americans have more sense than we're giving credit for. We don't like it, but we're going to be okay. All right? Because we always are. We always have been. We know how to stretch a dollar. We can feed 25 people with a box of pancake mix, okay? And a bag of rice. So we're going to be all right. It's just funny to me how they apparently voted against their own interests. And I see y'all red hat, white letter folk that came over and tried to blow up our spot. We had to turn off the comments because what y'all need to be doing is using your fingertips on them keyboards to find you a part-time job because this new economy that's about to roll out under Trump is about to bust y'all upside the head. That's what you need to be focused on, okay? And you need to be focused, white men, on Googling a good divorce attorney since your wives are leaving you. That's what you need to be using your fingers on the keyboards for, okay? Do that.
Well, if it isn't the consequences of your own actions. Advice needed. I voted for Trump. My wife sent divorce papers. What do I do? I don't know. You probably shouldn't have voted for a man who hates your wife.
Anyway, black women, what are y'all making for dinner tonight?
So it is okay, people, to be outraged. It is. This is okay. That's okay. Isn't this real quick?
2016 general election was a divisive one, and a number of people actually cut ties with individuals in their personal lives because of political disagreements. In fact, Reuters has done a poll on this, and the numbers are pretty damning. But before we get to that, take a look at this video depicting a woman who left her husband of 22 years over his decision to potentially support a candidate. Take a look.
Gail McCormick, the fact that her husband mentioned he was planning on voting for Trump during the primaries was a deal breaker. Now she's separating from him after 22 years.
I was incensed. I said, I can't believe that somebody that I would be married to would vote for someone whose track record is so obviously poor.
And this
in
was
terms of civil liberties, his feelings about women,
8 years ago,
how he treats people in general.
Her husband ended up writing in Newt Gingrich in the general election, but the damage was already done. Even months after the election, a number of Americans say the emotional wounds are as raw as ever and show few signs of healing. A Reuters Ipsos poll found the number of people who argued with family and friends over politics jumped 6 percentage points since October to 39%. 16% said they've stopped talking to a family member or friend because of the election. Still, there's a flip side to all this division. Our poll found 21% said they became friends with someone they didn't know because of the election.
Damn. Okay, I have many things to say. First of all, I just want to address the couple that has separated as a result of this election. Let's keep it real. They were married for 22 years. Homegirl wanted to leave him anyway, right? And she's like, "Oh God, finally an excuse. The Trump thing. I can't deal with you anymore." Do you see how many wine glasses.
That's what I was
and
just
shot
thinking.
glasses she had behind her. Like she's had some rough times in that
Why,
relationship.
why were they all half full? No? They were
rough time.
She had like 7 half full wine glasses behind her. She was just like quadruple
What if she
fisting.
just had friends over?
Yeah, celebrating finally getting rid of the snake who voted for Donald Trump.
By the way, you didn't vote for Donald
You didn't
Trump,
even
but
vote.
look at all the alcohol. I love it.
She's so cute though. I
She
thought she
is.
was such a lovely, cute old lady.
But yeah, but my thing is, it's the
If I found-
mindset that you would even consider that, right? It's just like what? I don't know how that would work with me. You know what? Let me call such and such. Let me see if he voted for Trump. Hold on. I'm real about mine, baby. I was 11 something. Damn, I ain't calling. No, I'm gonna call. Let me see if I can I'm gonna text her. Make sure he answers. Be like, that's such a random ass question. Not random. I'm just curious.
If I found out Emma was going into the voting booth and pulling the lever for Harris, that's the same thing as having an affair. That to me.
Oh my God! Hey, let him finish. Judge, Jesse, it's our day.
That
It's our day,
violates
Judge.
the sanctity of our marriage.
Preach on, yes.
Well, just like how Republicans were freaking out over the prospect of their wives secretly voting for Kamala Harris, some Democrats are now doing the same when it comes to Donald Trump. Salon's Amanda Marcotte has put out an interesting piece, I'll put it that way. She put it out this morning, and in it she argues that women need to withhold sex with Trump supporters, and in fact, even consider divorcing their Republican husbands. Great advice. You know, I personally love it when opinion columnists tell people what they should do with their personal lives, especially when it comes to things like marriage. But anyway, the piece is titled "The Cat Lady Survival Guide for the Second Trump Administration." And in the piece, Marcotte points to the national exit polls that shows a majority of women in every age group voted for Harris while men voted for Trump. Now, I want to note that more women actually ended up voting for Biden compared to Kamala Harris. I I think that's an important piece of information. But nonetheless, let's look at that graph. And this graph indicates
That's the same
that
graph I have.
49% of 18 to 29-year-olds voted for Trump, while 47% of that same age group voted for Harris. And we're only talking about males here. We're not talking about females, okay? 53% of men ages 30 to 44 voted for Trump, and a whopping 60% of men between the ages of 45 to 64 voted for Trump as well. And so as a result, Marcotte is fired up, and she wants to do something. She wants to take action. So what kind of action is she going to take? Well, she's going to give out advice. It's time for a new era, one where being a giant sexist pig has consequences. If MAGA men are half as strong as Joe Rogan tells them they are, they can toughen up and accept women's rejection. And then she gave some ideas on how to tell the guardians, she refers to them as the guardians of toxic masculinity, to kiss our collective rear ends. The biggest thing she argued is to basically avoid Republican men altogether. And in fact, if you have any Republican men in your life, kick them out, get rid of them, cut all ties.
Yeah.
She wrote that you should either divorce your Republican husband. MAGA men know that they are becoming ever more impossible to live with, which is why Vance and his allies are making noises about ending no-fault divorce. There's no time like the present to kick your Trump voting spouse to the curb. If anything, you might want to move quickly before they come after that right, like they did the right to abortion. Trump won the popular vote. I mean, you're cutting yourself off from a lot of people. But, this is her strategy. Who knows? Maybe it could work. She also says refusing to date a Trump voter is also a good action you can take here in response to the results of the presidential election. Refusing to date Trump voters, that's an easy one. Don't waste a single moment of your one precious life on such men. Use your freed up time to volunteer with pro-choice or environmental groups, which adds the bonus of meeting new friends. Or if you really want to stick it to Vance, join a cat rescue group. I think you should just join a cat rescue group or any animal rescue group anyway. I think that could be a fulfilling thing to do. I'm not sure if it's a smart idea to do away with friends, family members, loved ones, simply because you didn't agree with their vote, and instead do an animal rescue group or volunteer time for that. I don't think that this is a healthy mentality, not because you're necessarily going to have like a wonderful, fulfilling relationship with a Trump supporter. You might, I don't know. But because this isn't really politics, this is really demonizing people over who they voted for rather than getting to know who they are as people. And it's cutting yourself off from a huge section of this country, more than half of voters in this election, obviously. And it further divides Americans. It deprives us of an opportunity to engage in dialogue, share ideas that might change your mind, might change their mind. And it just leads to like this toxic environment that we really do need to move away from.
Okay. Now, apparently she's not doing a deep dive. And no disrespect, number one, or whatever, this is how it is. It's not the fact that they exercise the vote to vote for Trump. It is the reasoning behind it. And it is knowing that he is despicable. He is a terrible person. He's a deplorable. Like what is the connection? Do you connect to this to this person? To Trump? It is the mindset behind it. I told you everything starts in the mind. It's the mindset behind it. That's what it is. It's not just simply because of, now there are some exceptions, okay? And I've already laid out what they are. And it's hard to get over those exceptions. But without those exceptions, huh? To me, it's just my opinion, right? You know how we hate the devil, or we don't like the devil. We don't have nothing in common with the devil, right? For the most part. That's pretty much the devil. Not he's. I don't think he's as bad as the devil. I don't think he's as bad as the devil. But I'm just trying to use that as a comparison, right? I'm not going to support somebody that I don't like as a human being. That don't make sense. That's what I'm trying to say. Maybe I leave the devil out of it. I'm not going to support somebody that I don't like as a human being. If you like that person as a human being, then I have a problem with you. That's just this is clear cut. You wore a t-shirt. I don't give a damn that you went in there and you don't scribbled in like the other dude say he wrote in Newt Gingrich. I don't give a damn. You was around here supporting him, Trump. And a non-vote is a vote. What? But see, I'm big on similarities and having commonalities, right? And I'm big on fuck you, bye, quick. So disgusting ass. I'm getting mad all over because I'm trying to figure out what do you have in. You know how this person is. You know he full of shit. Then I automatically think you full of shit too. You disgusting too. And I'm like Joe Biden. I need to take your ass out back and just hit you in the head with the butt of a rifle, asshole.
She says that this is the worst part. I hate this. The male loneliness epidemic is not your problem to solve. Get yourself less awful friends. There are even platonic female friendships available. Okay, the male loneliness epidemic is a problem, and if the Democratic Party is having a hard time understanding why they're losing more and more support among young male voters, it might have to do with the fact that these types of pieces are written that just demonize men altogether. I don't think that's a healthy message. Remember, the whole point of politics, the whole point of politicians or voting for politicians is because you think that they're going to improve your life, that they're actually looking out for you, that they're going to do something to improve your material conditions. And so if you have the Democratic Party constantly messaging to men that the party thinks less of them, thinks they're toxic, thinks they're irredeemable, they're of course going to flock to the other side. Because the other side is showing that they are, concerned about the issues that they're bringing up, right?
How about if they flocking to follow? How about they weak anyway and fuck them? It still ends up at fuck them. I don't care how you put it. If that mindset says, because if I'm being demonized, whatever, why not be a leader and be like, okay, I can take the good parts of what he's saying and the good parts of whatever and then come up with something or what have you, right? I know that this is a god awful person. Now, okay, well, see, she is an excuser. What do you mean? I ain't got to put up with that. Or maybe some people do. Some of that irredeemable. What do you mean they? Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. What kind of redemption? Again, there's something called prevention. If we dealt with prevention, we're gonna have to deal with redemption. Did you hear him? Did you hear Trump? I got time for that shit. Hell, yeah. And you later. Let's see what else you gonna make me mad about what you said. Go ahead.
Right? Whether they're actually going to carry out policies that improve their lives, that's a completely different picture or different concern. But the messaging in these campaigns is very different on the right versus the left. And so I think, look, some feminists get the wrong idea when the topic of male loneliness comes up. No one is telling women, like, oh, you need to sleep with men that you don't want to sleep with. That's not what this conversation is about. But there is a real problem with depression in this country, a real problem with mental health in this country. And when you see large swaths of the male population kind of resigned from society and drowning in depression, that's a real problem. And we should take it seriously. Messaging about how men are nothing but purveyors of male toxicity, that's not a winning message. And also, it doesn't really make you a good person to put out that kind of statement.
Okay, hold on. But it makes these men a real good people to be like, yeah, pro Trump, go Trump, pro Trump. Knowing what he stands for and all the shit he done did. Yeah, lady. You being very hypocritical right now. And I didn't even know that the male loneliness epidemic is a thing. I just Googled it. It says the male loneliness epidemic is a term used to describe the high levels of loneliness experienced by men, which can lead to poor mental and physical health. What? What is going on? Friendship recession. Huh? Survey found that 15% of men in the United States have no close friends, which is 5 times higher than in 1990. I told you, when you find a motherfucker with no close friends, or no friends, I told you, beware. When you see all these people that's getting all their friends off YouTube and all of that, it's a problem. They want to say that's your life. No, it's not. That's your shit. Told you. They got even a survey. Survey says isolation. A 2023 Equimundo report found that 2/3 of men between the ages of 18 and 23 say, no one really knows me. Relationship status. A 2022 Pew Research Center survey found that 6 in 10 men under the age of 30 are single, which is nearly double the rate of women. Wow, I didn't know that. Mental health. Loneliness have been linked to a higher risk of depression, anxiety, dementia, cardiovascular illness, premature death, and stroke. Oh, wow. Suicide. Men are nearly 4 times more likely to commit suicide than women. Wow, all of this fall up under the male loneliness epidemic. Some factors that contribute to the male loneliness epidemic include the belief that men should suppress their emotions, the belief that men should never ask for help, the belief that men should act strong even when they feel scared. Okay. Now, usually I would say this is just another excuse for men, right? But there may be something behind this. Maybe something behind this, right? But I mean, they get more, you know, they get more excuses than anybody. And I'm not saying this is a bad excuse or this is not an excuse. It's gonna be a good excuse, but still, we supposed to get over it, deal with it, all this extra shit or whatever. But they, can have a whole male loneliness epidemic. And male loneliness now, being alone is an epidemic. What? Okay. Let me see if they got female loneliness epidemic. Let's see if they got that. Is there a female loneliness episode? Somebody asking the same question. We ain't got one. Okay. We don't have a female, it doesn't seem that we have a female loneliness epidemic, right? Like it is source. You see they have male for men, male loneliness epidemic. Sometimes they just say women are more likely to be chronically lonely than men. But why we don't have a female loneliness epidemic? They just got us lumped in with loneliness. It says loneliness can affect people of all genders, and while women are often reported to experience high levels of loneliness, gender is not only the factor that contributes to loneliness. However, there are a number of factors that can contribute to loneliness in women, include, ain't that something? We don't have no epidemic, but they saying that our rates. I'm getting mad. They're saying that our rates of loneliness is higher than men, but we don't have an epidemic. Are you fucking kidding me? And they want to regulate how we feel after this election. Boy, you got me screwed up. You got me screwed. They want to regulate how we feel about anything. And I told you, I was trying to tell that boy, I know that the cops and shit shooting you dead in the streets and stuff like that. Sometimes you are assisting it. But they shooting us too. Nowhere near the rate they shooting y'all. And we get mistreated by everybody, including you people. Black man. I just about, I ain't got time for it. No, they just got loneliness when it comes to women is just it's just a part of regular loneliness. Baby, ain't that bad nothing. See, I knew to look it up. I knew it was some shit. I can't, honey. I'm not gonna take it. Nobody can make me take it. You are going to be a certain way, but in your mind or your heart and your soul. If we, are going to be close, I can be good and cool with anybody. That's. But when you start talking about closeness and that type of stuff, and friends and stuff like that, and I have a hard time with that. I'm just being honest. I'm trying to figure out what it is, what you see and what you hear. I'm trying to understand what we're talking about, what we're doing. Just like when I see somebody with their ass out with clothes, that's a mindset, right? So I want to know what the hell's going on. How's her ass out? Why is she so comfortable with it, right? Then I'm going to think, okay, is she a coach? Then I'm going from there. Well, how old does the whole extend? No, I'm just saying. Another one of them people is off the table. Them Kevin Samuels people. I don't know no Kevin Samuels people, right? But see, thank God how I set up my head, my heart, and my soul. I don't never have to worry about them type of folk because of my people picking process. Thank you, Jesus. And Trump people. And you know what? And shout out to my child. She had some Trump people that she know that's close to her, whatever. She'll charge them to the game. Shout out to you, baby. But they were white, but still. I'm gonna be able to do it. I don't know. Let me see if I can find something. Is this helping him get on my nerves? Let me listen to it though.
She also went into other suggestions that would teach MAGA men a lesson in her eyes. That includes not getting married or putting it off, saying that it's too big of a risk to take right now. Marriage is awesome. I'm married. I love being married. Please don't listen to her. Obviously, don't rush into a marriage, but if you do find someone to share your life with, it could be one of the most fulfilling and enriching things. And additionally, she suggests getting cats and dressing how you want. I think people dress how they want already. Like, what's happening right now? Like, what is this? But yeah, get a cat. Like, get a cat and a marriage. Like, why not? You can do both. But she.
Okay, so don't when you're supposed to be married, you're supposed to be on the same, especially when it's important stuff. Don't y'all supposed to be on the same thing, on the same level somewhat? And then if you're not, you're supposed to, if I'm not mistaken, you're supposed to upgrade up, this, that, third, whatever, right? You can do that with me. I'm not interested in changing nobody's mind and their heart and their soul. I don't have time for that. Because if you come to me a certain way, all fucked up like that in those 3 areas, I'm gonna be looking at you crazy. Okay, I don't want nothing to do with you really. But I'm good and I'm cool. And I treat people how they treat me and whatever. You know. But you have some people that want to do the work, want to work on them things or what have you. You know, I can help you out with a little outfit or whatever. You know, but other than that, I don't want to. I don't want to do that. Because at a certain, when you was figuring it out, when we were younger, that's the time we were figuring it out. And then you know what's right and wrong and this, that, and the third, whatever. By my age, you should have this together, right and wrong. So yeah, I don't understand her. She one of them ones. You ever seen them women that the man can openly cheat and flirt and all that stuff, but then she gonna be right there. Yeah, this one of them. These times.
Took it a step further and said that it actually might be a
that
good idea to get sterilized. She says that Trump will likely ban abortion nationwide, even though he's repeated over and over again that he does not intend to do that. She claims that MAGA leaders are admitting out loud now that they've won. I don't know who she's referring to. I think Republicans understand that a national abortion ban would be political suicide. So I really doubt that they're going to pursue that. Besides which, I mean, they would need a pretty significant majority in the Senate in order to accomplish that kind of legislation. And they just don't have the numbers in the Senate. Democrats would definitely block that kind of legislation. So while, we should be fearful of genuine, legitimate threats, I think we should also be careful when you have people like this trying to fearmonger and scare the crap out of you. She also writes, maybe this will be over in a few years and having kids will be safe again, or maybe you can drift into your menopause years as a fun-loving bohemian auntie instead of grandma. But in the meantime, sticking to the childless part of the cat lady lifestyle is one way to deny the jerks a victory.
For real, Kim.
So there you have it. I'm
Kim,
curious what you guys think in the control
I
room.
stand on mine, baby.
She really doesn't like Trump. I get it. But in my opinion, taking drastic measures, denying yourself a potentially enriching relationship with a man, like all of that stuff seems like you're just adding insult to injury.
Just trying to figure out how much enrichment it's going to be. He already fucked up. Something's already wrong with him. It's going to play through your relationship. What is she not getting? Oh, I can't stand nobody that just think at just so simple and make all these allowances because you got a loneliness problem, whatever. You need to be of the what? Like, Kim, I'm just trying to get it out before the holidays, definitely before 2025. I'm just trying to get it out. Where are we? Like, what is she talking about? She don't even get it.
Yeah, pretty much. Just like adding more salt on the wound.
Mm-hmm.
And, I've been alive on this planet Earth for however many years, and you're always going to have certain men that are going to be disconnected from the world. And, the thing that would help, and I was lucky growing up, is hopefully you have a good, healthy support unit, family, friends. Just be around them and just try to have meaningful conversations, because the world's going to be rough.
I just think cutting people off only makes them dig their heels into the very ideology that you find so dangerous, right? Oh, yeah. And look, I'm not saying have conversations specifically because you're going to try to like persuade them and convince them that you're right and they're wrong. But, you know, one thing that I personally experienced was when I wasn't ever willing to have conversations with the other side, it allowed me to, at least on some level, almost like dehumanize them, right? Or not understand what their arguments are, where they're coming from. It also made, you know, their alleged threat seem a lot bigger than it really was. And so like, that's why I think it's important to have those conversations. The idea of like cutting people out of your life simply because they vote differently from you or disagree with you on one issue or another, I just don't like think it's necessarily the healthiest thing to do. Now, that's not to say that there might be some examples of like, look, there are definitely like figures on the right that I would never have a conversation with because they've identified as like neo-Nazis or things like that. And those people, in my view, are not worth having discussions with. But for Amanda Marcotte, all it takes is a vote for Trump. And you should sterilize yourself. You shouldn't get married. Like it goes too far. That's what I think.
Yeah, like for me, like if I was to approach a young person living in the world and trying to make connections to the world, all I could recommend to that person is, here, listen to the Who's Quadrophenia, because what you're going through, it's a normal thing.
Yeah.
It's going to be all right. Just hang in there.
Thanks for watching the video, guys. We all...
She's not understanding. Okay. She's not understanding. These people are serious about this shit. Oh, they said, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me play this.
Right now, and it has to do.
And another thing, it has a lot to do with me. I just don't know what kind of conversation I can have. Because I'm already, because you know, really in my head sometimes, like I'll be looking. If I see people on the screen, because I literally don't know nobody that is in my contact list, at least in the last 2 or 3 weeks or whatever, and up there, what about some Trump, right? So I don't have to worry about this, okay? But I be looking at people on like TV and stuff, you know, people like, yeah, you know, they put Trump or whatever. And I'm already looking at them with disgust. So I'm telling you, I already know the conversation, and probably it might not go left, but it ain't gonna go right. I'm be like, you disgusting. In my head, I'm like, you probably killed your dog when you was young, which usually, that's that Jeffrey Dahmer shit. That's what I be thinking about. You disgusting. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, shit.
With Ellen. Ellen says, goodbye, America. After the Donald Trump victory, she said her and her wife had enough and they left the U.S. Is that right?
Yeah, you know, we saw a lot of celebrities kind of making this declaration that if whether it be Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, whoever won, that they were going to leave the United States if their pick was not the elect that won the election. And for Ellen DeGeneres and her wife Portia, that's just the case. We are being told that they have
gotten out of here, and out of here as in America, and they have gone to London. They're about 2 hours outside of London. They're in a small region over there, but we're told that they're getting ready to sell their house in the hills here. They've already sold one of their homes before, and they got $96 million. So if they sell this other house that they have, the remaining house that they have here, and get nearly half of that, I'm sure that they will be living a great, great, great life in London.
Yeah, no doubt about that. But it's a lot of people wondering, okay, Ellen was on the really outskirts, if you will. She said that she was booted from Hollywood because she was too mean there in her Netflix special that she did. That's really the last time that we saw of her. Is she using this Trump victory as a way to say, okay, this is the reason why I'm leaving, but maybe a lot of people just don't like her?
You know what? I don't think Ellen cares, to be honest with you. If you did watch the Netflix documentary, she kind of hinted on that. She said, if, people are going to have their opinions, well, whatever, so be it. I don't think she cares. She kind of went out and publicly endorsed Kamala Harris, so I don't think that she would have been so eager to move over to London if Kamala had won, that despite her reputation, despite people thinking that she's just this mean, unworkable, person. At the end of the day, Ellen's rich. Like I just said, she sold a house for $96 million. Ellen does not care what we think or whoever is talking about her. She's rich. She's got a wife. She's great. Good for her.
Yeah, she's laughing all the way to the bank right there. No doubt about it. Tawanda, thanks so much for joining us with TMZ. You guys always do such a great job of breaking down the biggest celebrity news and news of the day. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
No problem. Take care. All right, everyone. And we will take our final break here of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
Ellen done left the country. Ellen done left the country, y'all. I get a kick at people that actually standing for something, I get a kick out of that. I think we need more of those people. And what we do need, if these men want to have to do something about their position in America to make sure it's secure and whatever, because they need that, how about stand for something, not stand for something disgusting. Again, thank God.
Years, but it's being tested now in this most divisive of elections. Both Republicans, she is for Trump, he is emphatically not.
I've seen the rise of dictators in history, and Mr. Trump's campaign literally mirrors that of Adolf Hitler, and he's been called that. I think he's going to run America into the ground because he does not observe any of the democratic norms that his predecessors have.
Barbara, I can tell from your hat you probably don't agree with that.
I absolutely do not agree with that, and I'm sorry to hear my husband say this. President Trump reminds me of my own father. He was very strict, and he was very tough, and he kept his promises.
Their town has recovered from the collapse of Bethlehem Steel, but it's the state of America that worries Barbara now. And it is Donald Trump, she says, who can save it.
He is the future for America. I don't want to see people coming over our border. We've had women murdered and raped by illegal immigrants. Who wants that?
What's it like being in a marriage where one of you thinks...
Girl, immigrants ain't the only ones that's murdering and raping people. Americans are doing it at a higher rate. What are you talking about? See, that's what I'm talking about. And see, them Trump people, they be off a little bit. See, all the things that I don't like no dumb person. I don't like no dusty, rusty, shitty ass, fucking terrible ass. I don't like none of them. Look how crazy she sounds.
Thinks Trump is the future. The other one thinks he's Hitler.
Well, as for me, I just have to ignore and turn my back and realize that we each have our own choices to make in life. I'm not responsible for what my husband says or does.
Is it difficult in the marriage to have that big a difference?
We just don't talk about it at home.
It's the same for so many Americans, as divided between themselves as their nation. America has never seen an election this close, this negative, and this dirty. And that has been felt most of all in places like this, the most important swing state of them all. Donald Trump won Pennsylvania in 2016 by less than 1%, and Joe Biden took it back 4 years later by around the same margin. But polls suggest now it is split right down the middle.
Did you vote?
And we take that very seriously.
In Tom DeBroyle's Bethlehem Santa Claus store, it is Christmas Day every day, but there has been no season of goodwill this election.
I think it's incredibly divided. I think a lot of times people will not talk about it in social settings because it's too divisive and you could potentially lose friends that way. I hope after the election that people can start to come together because otherwise I think our country's in for another long 4 years, whoever wins.
Samira, how many other orders do you have?
Further up Main Street, we met Michael. His restaurant has, he says, been the scene of far too many political arguments.
How bad does it get? It's bad to where some tables will walk up and leave their food there and just pay the tab and just walk out because they don't want to be next to a Republican. And so some of them take it to heart.
Feelings are running high.
Yes, they
I'm
are.
talking about.
For Don and Barbara, the election has brought disagreement and acrimony, and they can't wait for it to come to an end. Can your marriage survive a Trump victory?
Certainly.
Do you think so, Barbara?
I think so. Probably so. I just have this pain in my heart thinking that my husband's going to cancel out my vote for President Trump. So there's nothing I can do about it. We all have our own choices. I can't wait till this is over and we know and President Trump will be president and then you have nothing more to say.
No, I probably will have things to say, but it'll just be opinion.
You can't wait for it to be over.
I can't wait for it to be over, no.
The election will be over in a few days. The bitterness and disagreement that have plagued it less so in this deeply divided country. Dominic Waghorn, Sky News, Bethlehem.
Oh, let me see his face. Oh.
Explosion of some trends that have existed before, but not to this extent. Disinformation.
Put this in here. I can burn this up.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Reiser. It's 4 p.m. in New York, 3 p.m. in St. Paul, Minnesota, where Governor Tim Walz.
Hey. This is a poll, right? This is exit polls or surveys conducted on election day at polling places across the country. People are asked, who do they vote for and what issues mattered most to them? So are you male, female, Republican, Democrat? What flag are you? Well, what's the questions? It's more Republicans in age group 45 and over. Looking for you in. Okay, which best describes your education? You have never attended college, 35% Democrats, 63% Republicans. Attended college but didn't receive no degree, 47% Dems, 51% Republicans. Associate's degree, 41% Dems, 56% Republicans. Bachelor's degree, 53% Dems, 45% Republicans. You see how the trend is developing here? The dumb motherfuckers. An advanced degree after a bachelor degree. Hello, who? This department head. Yeah, that's me. 59% Dems, 38% rest of you. What was the last grade of school you completed? College graduate. 55% Dems, 42% Republicans. No college degree, 42%. This is where we should be below Dems, and 56% Republicans. Education by race. White college graduates, 52% Dems, 45% Republicans. Non-college graduates. Okay, white non-college graduates, 32% Dems, 66% Republicans. Look at that. I mean double, child. They dumbass. Non-white. That's us. Non-white college graduates, 65% Dems. That's what I'm talking about. Double. 32% what? Republicans. Non-white, non-college graduates. So non-white, non-college. Okay. 64% Dems, 34% Republicans. Education by gender. White women college graduates, 57% Dems, 41% Republicans. White women non-college graduates. White women. (35% Dems, 63% Republicans. White men college graduates, 47% Dems, 50% Republicans. Here we go. White men non-college graduates. It should be low for Dems. 29% Dems, 69% Republicans. Ain't that some shit? Non-whites. So that means us. 64% Dems, 33% Republicans. Under 30. Right there, it's about half. And 100,000, 199,000. Christian, here come the church. And is your first year? Is this the first year you ever voted? It's 43% said yeah, 56%. 43% yes, Dems, 6% Republican. Ooh, the first years voted no. Wow. Look at the Republicans thinking that it's 3 or 4. I'm trying to get it out, y'all. I'm just trying to get it out. Y'all gonna let me get it out, right? And they denied old Susan Smith. Kim.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Reiser. It's 4 p.m. in New York, 3 p.m. in St. Paul, Minnesota, where Governor Tim Walz is delivering remarks on the election and his path forward.
So, I know you have too, but let me just start out by saying it's great to be home. You came home. It's great to be home. And I do want to start a huge thank you and an I love you to Minnesota's First Lady, to Gwen. Thank you, Gwen. And to our amazing kids, Hope and Gus, they are everything to us, so thank you. And a big thank you to my family. My mom is here, who I want to say thank you to, Darlene. So. We did okay, didn't we? We did okay. She did a great job. I think she's as surprised as anybody that we're here, but and a huge thank you to Vice President Kamala Harris. First, for the faith that she placed in me, but more importantly, for the powerful and joyful campaign that she ran. I'm grateful for her leadership and forever grateful for her friendship. Also, a huge thank you to my staff, both the folks who worked on this campaign, who we got to know over the last 3 months, and to the amazing team right here in Minnesota. We showed the country, these guys are the best in the business, and I'm proud to be your teammate in this. Thank you all. And to all of you, I want to thank every single person who stood with us in this fight, whether it was volunteers, donors, voters, or what I see in here, lifelong friends. It's an honor of a lifetime to have your support. And I'll never forget everything that you did to stand up for the values that we share together. So thank you to each and every one of you. It's like my life is in front of me as I look around here and see everybody. So it's wonderful. But look, folks, I just want to acknowledge the moment. It's hard. It's hard to lose. It's hard to understand while so many of our fellow citizens, people that we have fought so long and hard for, wound up choosing the other path. It's hard to reckon with what that path looks like over the next 4 years. So if you're feeling deflated, discouraged today, I get it. Take some time, take care of yourselves, take care of your loved ones, Take care of your community. There's a million ways to make a positive difference, and get back in this fight when you're ready. And know that whenever you're ready to get back in that fight, I'll be standing right here ready to fight the fight with you. Now, while we haven't had a whole lot of time to process this, I can tell you, even in the face of defeat and deep disappointment, I've never felt more inspired. I've never felt more motivated. I've never felt more fired up of what's possible in this country. You know, I've gotten to see an awful lot of America over the last 3 months, more than I ever thought I was going to see. I've made many new friends. I've learned a lot of new things. I ate way too much local food, but I can order donuts, people. I can order donuts. But I have to be honest with you, what struck me everywhere I went, without exception, people really wanted the same basic things out of an American life. And I want to be clear, when I say basic things, I mean things like meaningful work, safe neighborhoods, good schools, affordable quality health care. But I also mean something more. It became clear to me, people want security. And I mean that broadly. They want to feel like their life is built on a solid foundation that won't collapse under them if the wind blows the wrong way or something happens. People want an opportunity where they feel like they can get ahead, not just settling to get by. And they really are concerned about giving their kids a chance to get ahead. And I think most of all, and you saw it in a very deep way, people want freedom to live their lives the way they want to live them. It's not the way maybe their neighbors wouldn't want to live them the same way, but the freedom is supposed to be everybody's birthright, not because of how much money you had or where your family came from, no matter who you love or how you prayed, or what you think about the issues of the day are. And everywhere I've gone, I've had the opportunity to tell people how things work here in Minnesota. And you know us, I had to work really hard to make sure that it didn't sound like we were bragging, you know, slip it in, slip it in. But the truth is, the way we do things here sounded pretty damn good to Americans across this country. Together, we've made Minnesota one of the best places for kids to live. And we did it with a broad agenda. We did it by cutting taxes, but for working people and small businesses. We committed to making clean energy and lowering the cost of prescription drugs a priority. And we made sure that when you walked into a school like this, every child got free breakfast and lunch. We made college free for lower income students and paid family and medical leave for everyone across the state. We expanded the right to organize your workplace. We made our streets safer. We invested in affordable housing, and we made public education a priority. And we also did it by standing up for our shared values and rejecting hatred and bigotry. We across this state have fought for everyone's right to participate fully in our democracy and in our society. We have refused to scapegoat immigrants in this state.
Okay, I thought he was gonna talk about more of, you know, what his actual. I mean, he's giving his feelings about what happened. But I mean, I just want to hear more about what you think happened with the election. So, but anyway, I think I got it all out. I just, I just hope. I'm not trying to be on Lord have mercy. I'm not trying to be on blood pressure pills for as long as I'm out here. I'm not trying to do that. That is just too much. But I think for me, conditions are better. I think I have shit the way I like it, nice, peaceful, and I love good people. I love great people. I love perfect people. Right? Those people I love. Those people I chose to deal with. And hopefully, oh God, I got it right this time. I ain't got no texts and calls from nobody like I don't trust this person. So apparently y'all like everybody, so that's fine. But yeah, but listen, at some point, peace has got to be. Peace got to be the name of the game. Nobody got time for no BS, right? And I just hope that one day it click on, because Debo's, like I said, own person, and he is doing something else rather than going back and forth and all of this. Okay? Jesus Christ. Like, how long is it going to go? You understand what I'm saying? There's some other stuff I could say, but I'm not going to say it. Because it don't make any difference anyway. These people ain't got no power, no pull, nothing, honey. It's just like Pooh Shiesty, baby. All that whooping on the goddamn net, child. I'm going out with that. This is bullshit here. All I want to know is who voted for Trump. Yeah. That's all I care about. Make sure you do something good for yourself and somebody else. Make this day a good day, tomorrow's a better one.
Bitch, come get it back in blood. We ain't mask up, no Dodger X, niggas know who it was. Before shit just like the 80s, want some back, get it in blood. Yeah, you know who took that shit from you, come get it back in blood. Nigga killer ain't dead, you sure no RP shirt. We had 300 shots up in the car before we picked up dirt. Niggas who ain't got shit going, go grab a glizzy, get alert. Shots to G-Post RP and Reezy in the dirt. You gotta know I go too far. Got 2 O's up on the 100, one of them might stand for O-Block. 20 some shots left up in the cake, 15 still in the Glock. Leave my door unlocked and stop, I like get on feet off the cop. Get up close, doing him dirty, I ain't showing love. 11,000 all ones, let my right pocket in the club. Good faces up on me dirty, I went got it out the mud. If I took some, get it in blood, I don't give a fuck where we was. Bitch, I got my own, I don't need security in the club. All they wolfing on the net, nigga, I thought you was a dud. I ain't got nowhere to go, I shot up everywhere they would. Yeah, you know who took this shit from you, come get it back in blood. Bitch, come get it back in blood. We ain't mask up, no Dodge Race, niggas know who it was. It's doing shit just like the 80s, want some back, get it in blood. Yeah, you know who took this shit from you, come get it back in blood.
Killed your man, you keep on talking, better get that shit in blood. Give my shorty them a dub, then they gon' walk inside the club. Hit his little ass with that switch, I bet that switch up his nerve. Fuck the ops inside my city, look bro, put them in the mud. You can't come back to your hood, huh? No. He was dissing on my cousin, now his ass all in that wood, huh? Book his ass, I wish he would come. Pussy. B-Roy pop up out that cover, that new Glock, I wish he would come. His ass playing, bitch, I'm really icy, really icy. You shicey, that's my dog. But who you know, I'm really shicey, nigga. You told all them OT niggas that you really slide. Pussy, tell the truth about your game, bitch, they really died again.
Bitch, I got my own, I don't need security in the club. All they wolfing on the net, nigga, I thought you was a dud. I ain't got nowhere to go, I shot up everywhere they would. Yeah, you know who took this shit from you, come get it back in blood. Bitch, come get it back in blood. We ain't mask up, no Dodge Race, niggas know who it was. It's doing shit just like the 80s, want some back, get it in blood. Yeah, you know who took this shit from you, come get it back in blood, bitch. Come get it back in blood. Big Bird.
Chain Production.
You know what? Hopefully, I know, Key to the City Man, that we're gonna call him. Key to the City Man. You know, he changed his ways somewhat. And but you heard him say, tell him, baby, he and I keep the doors in. What? How much? Listen here. All that whooping on the neck, none of that. Y'all ain't never rode or pulled up. That's always happened. I done drove hours only for a motherfucker to Michael Jackson on it. I'm not anybody but my daughter. Only reason why she's here, because, you know, in case I have to get out. She got the information. What? You know, but, you know, if it's a dude, you know, it's right around the corner. It's right behind me. Oh, Lord. Maybe, he be going to them long churches, be there all day. Maybe we can do some storytelling tomorrow, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, but y'all, please, Jesus, I know that. Anyway, gotta go. Peace.